You feel 51's enough? Thinking of used skid steer or what?
I would be looking at used for sure. I'd rather it be higher, but I was trying to keep the numbers looking good.
But is that strictly for skid steer? Cause I mean, you have other equipment throughout the year that you need as well.
That's where I would be open, I think, the amount of use at forestry and ourselves, if we were to try and split that and get a newer, better machine, I think would be wise. If I had my choice, I had 70 in there and pad it a bit. That way I have the other spots for the equipment that we use, plus the newer skid steer. Especially if we're gonna be able to utilize, like you say, a box blade and be able to use that for snow plowing.
Oh, the one highway just got was John Deere. Around 70 some horse. It came to more or less. Something for a new one. Now, you could probably go a little less horsepower. They're doing more dirt work and stuff, so that'd be one advantage, but it was high flow.
Sure.
Anything else on it? It came to 100 with a couple extra buckets and stuff.
Yeah.
Needed, but
So I was thinking of looking in the 500-hour range, which would help drop that, but then you are getting something that has got some use on it. You have a bug or two. When you
this is with extended warranty and everything.
Okay.
I think it's got 4 years, 3,000 hours. I'm right. Yeah.
pretty solid.
No, or upgrade your wheel loader and then borrow that one as you need it. I guess would be another option. And see how I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It looks like if you go off of last 2024 is actually used for equipment. You know, you're thinking 34,000, 34,000. What's it? It's no equipment, or I guess how do you get that kind of broke down in your head at 51?
Pretty much that 51 would be going majority towards the skid steer. Was the way I was looking at it.
Okay.
With the snow removal down from 25,000 to 18,000. It looks like maybe just based on previous usage and what you're projecting.
Yeah, that's hoping to get it right. Looking at the Farmer's Almanac, trying to see how our winter's gonna look.
Yeah, he looks at the Farmer's Almanac. For the highway stuff, she should be looking at it.
See what's great about Farmers Almanac?
Never looked at it.
It is right 50% of the time, consistently.
Yep.
Also looked at prior years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, not just that.
Just like the weathermen.
Yeah.
There's no time.
If you guys would wait for budgets till November, I'll go look at the muskrat houses and that's the only thing I base the winter on. So there's about as much science there. Critters know better than we do.
We honestly think that utilities is in line because I mean, we're 85 for the first 6 months and we appropriated 150 and we appropriated 150 again next year. Math there is telling us we're going to be 20 over, which is 10%.
I stayed with that 150 when I looked back to
Yeah, the last 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in 111, 144, and 145. So I thought now 24 was the lower there.
I think that's because we switched to LED lighting. So
Okay.
there's possibly some savings there.
So we'll get that.
I'm just questioning because I mean, we're at 85 for the first 6 months, so I don't see that really changing when you got the summer months in here yet, and I'm sure the ACs have been running and everything else.
Well, some of that though is when they get the invoices entered in and everything too, because all of a sudden you get 3 or 4 months and
It'd be 100.
'Cause the city of Ladysmith, that's over $7,000 to $8,000 a quarter, but it's quarterly, so, you know.
So we can answer a little bit about those utilities. Apparently, there was some billing issues that actually went back to last year
Oh,
that were corrected. So that 84,000 might be a little inflated.
So it was 10,000, like 125 they billed us. And they did tell us that they were billing us like $200 a month. And it should have been a whole lot more. And it was on Excel's, it was Excel's problem,
But we still got paid
the
for
billing.
And I think we probably didn't catch that because we've had some, changes in, position, employees, new employees in, clerk's office and the finance office. Didn't know what that average should be. So there is a little bit of 2024 in that month.
I don't know the courthouse equipment lease again. If we keep the skid steer in the budget, how much are we gonna save out of that?
We left 1,500, okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, 3,000 would be better, but, I don't know what happened in 2023, but that's, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot. But I don't. Unless something comes up, I don't foresee. You do rent a lot. Outside of skid steer type use,
It would be like
be like,
vacuums. And
yeah,
If we keep the skid steer, we could drop that down to $500 or $1,000.
I'd say we could take two, lowest I think safely would be 1,500.
I say we either take that or note or the skid steer.
bad part is to rain on everybody's parade.
Oh, you're talking
To
equipment.
get a skid steer like you're looking for, you need to add about.
Yes, he's not
I'm
equipment.
sorry.
Yeah, we were thinking 340 line, not equipment lease.
You're thinking about the
Equipment.
equipment less than 5,000.
Yeah.
Well, now that we know that can go down to 15.
I could show you the last 3 years, equipment.
I was looking at lease, I would say equipment lease could go down to 1,500.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
okay, sorry, I was
Right now you said.
I was on a different line.
Right now you said if you buy a skid steer, right now sometimes you have to rent a skid steer because the current skid steer is not big enough, but if you're
Yes,
renting.
you can safely go down to that.
Is that what finance wants to do? Bump that down to 1,500?
Well, you just gotta take it, don't add it. I don't think 50,000 is enough to get it. You can track skid steer.
I think we're definitely pushing it.
I think you're gonna have to be up closer to, if you wanna have any other equipment purchases other than a skid steer, I think just to get a good used one, you're looking at minimum 60. So if you need money for anything else, I mean, I'm just throwing up, I think you're gonna have to add about 20 to that, depends on what you got in mind for the purchases.
Say that next year.
Give it till 27.
Well, if you approve,
It's a lease one. You looking to lease one?
It's not an option I'd explore, no, honestly. I hadn't explored that option, no.
we have done that.
Curious, a low hour lease might not be.
Well, but then you're going to Rice Lake or Eau Claire to pick it up, so you have all the staff time going and getting
I mean,
it.
lease it for
They-
Yearly lease,
Oh, yearly
Lease it.
lease.
purchase it.
option we could explore.
I have no clue. I
I
mean,
feel like the lease, you're not going out ahead in the long run.
oh, but you're not paying for the machine, the whole thing up front either. when you're on budgetary constraints, it can be a little easier to manage, possibly. Be right. I'm just
But
put it out there.
if,
Most people do at least for tax rate purposes. We obviously don't need that, but I'm just.
So he is being very frugal and going with 51, because when I did the 2024 budget, I put in 85,000 that immediately got yanked, so.
And I'm not trying to pick on you guys. I'm just trying to be
which,
realistic.
like you say, I left it at the 51 because the first time I ran through, being that I've never done this before, I was cutting and cutting and cutting, and that's kind of what I had extra on levy, and so that's where I threw it. Once I got a little more info and some help, we bumped some of the lines where I cut back up just because it was too low. So I left that 51 where it's at.
Hey, you're getting a lot farther with us than poor Char did last year. She came in and presented this thing and there was about 100 grand price tag on it. We're just like, ow. No, it's a discussion. So at least we're having a discussion.
So, yeah. So if we're having a discussion, I feel a lot better about there being 70 in the line for a skid steer. Well, that 51 is just where I landed off my first findings.
Or if we have to share with forestry, then have them do, what would that be, 19,000?
And we'll budget the,
Because I would think we would use it more than forestry would use it, so it could just be a purchase between the two budgets.
You don't want to, I mean, maybe forestry is happy with. But if you do go a track, I know that forestry may not get to use track out at highway all the time, especially if they're busy with it. So I was just thinking both departments should have a smaller track skid steer.
if we could get in that 70 horse tracked machine range, I think we'd be set. That way we do have the forestry would still have the ability to run those high flow attachments like the Fecon had and stuff like that.
You can still get high flow and stay under def also. So I think the def brake is 65 horse. I mean, that'd be something you'd have to, you know,
I was thinking,
make sure I'm correct on, but if you stay under 65 horse, you can get away without having def. And possibly still be able to find something that had high flow. I mean, I don't think you guys are necessarily needing power.
I got a question, and I know nothing about CDLs, but I just hear it, you know, about our skid steer. You know, like having a CDL in order to haul that, and I know it's based on weight. So, I mean, that'd be something to keep in mind too. For getting this,
yeah, I've got 3 guys with the CDL on my crew. And it is 75 horses at def. Cut off.
can we borrow one?
75 is cut off for def. I couldn't
Oh,
remember it was 60. Oh yeah, you stay 70 or under.
Pay cash.
Well, I just think it'd be less headache for you, so I'd have them down.
For sure. No, I wanted to stay away from def as well. Okay, my thoughts.
Mr. Sheriff, if I could comment. That you do bring up a good option to think about, a capital lease or even maybe doing an equipment bond. Highway also has in fiscal 26, 800,000 of equipment purchases. It's coming from their fund balance, but to pool that, you could possibly have some good capital lease options as well. I think that's something to look at given the budget constraints and the needs that we've been hearing.
You're saying maybe highways be doing some of these options possibly on equipment also, or just in this instance, Chris?
Well, I think it's a good idea to look at it because what they have also as a cash purchase. But if like you're gonna start to look at different departments and hit that $1 million plus mark, you could bid that out as a capital lease, or you could possibly bond it too. I haven't looked that closely on the bonding piece of it, but those are just things that I've seen different townships, counties, cities going to more of a capital lease, so you wouldn't have to get all of the cash up front, and you can finance over 5, 6, 7 years.
Okay. Because I know that a lot of equipment manufacturers right now have 0% for 4 years, 5 years. There's a bunch of promos going right now. So even if you can get 0%, I guess it depends upon if you're getting 0% or leaving a $10,000 rebate on the table too. So should we put this? I need to move on here. Do we want to put something in the memo? And that's what you guys thought. Or do we want to actually change it and leave it where it's at? And then discuss it long enough. I think you either need to be realistic and buy a decent machine, which kind of leaning towards new, but, or take it off.
How do we go about doing what he just recommended?
You've got time yet? You could do some more research. I don't know if we're gonna have the money, honestly, but I mean, if we're gonna do it, we need to do it right or do it
Right,
wrong.
but if we could split it between several years, which is like kind of what he.
That would make.
Then you could take,
your budget going forward.
yeah. That would greatly help. I don't know how to do that, so.
It needs to go through Sky and make sure it's the right fit for accounting from, you know.
So can you help us do
But
that?
yeah, see what you come up with.
Whatever he's recommended. Yeah.
Capital lease or bonding.
Yeah, how do we break it between multiple years so it just doesn't hit 1 year?
Well, the lease part would be just with the vendor itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a loan, kind of like a loan. But the bonding, I'm not sure that we're point right now, we kind of need to figure out what's going on with the jail and highway department before we start adding any additional bonding, unfortunately.
So you could explore with whoever you're gonna buy it from. Okay, we'll come back next time with that info.
Their county property.
Other properties I transferred across. Don't see any large fixes, any large issues coming up, and landed a little bit under target there. So airport, currently $5,217 over that levy target. Did, with property's permission, up our leases 5% this year, so that added about $1,400 in revenue, without hitting our lessees too hard. With that, just a couple small options. I mean, this is, it wouldn't fix it, but I do have.
You should have lot rent next year that you're not getting this year too, right, at the airport?
Sorry, say that again.
You'll have lot rent that you're not getting this year at the airport for next year too, right? Because that hangar being built
Should, but
on schedule.
it is. And that's, I didn't add that in just because of how much CFA has been holding us off on that with everything, so I didn't want to count on something that I couldn't guarantee to be there.
Yeah, when it comes to revenues, you'd rather.
I do have, I mean, this is the future of the airport, something we could look at, the 374 line. I do have $2,000 budgeted for jet fuel. Currently, we don't have any lessees that use jet fuel. I could cut in that line.
Use the 100 low end to line underneath.
That's an option where we could cut in the line and just not offer jet fuel, but is that something you want to take from the airport?
Anytime there's for fuel, if there's an expense, there should be revenue associated with it, right?
Yep. Just that our revenue was on jet fuel. We haven't been 8 months and we haven't sold any yet. So
Well, were you gonna,
So you're not budgeting any revenue, so you probably shouldn't budget any expense then.
were you thinking about MoGas and at all anymore?
when I talked to the distributor, he kind of warned me against it when I called again. He said the smaller airports like he sees with us, they buy it and it goes bad in the tank. Just, they can't get their pilots are set in their ways, is the way he described it. And he said they'll run low lead until they can't run low lead. He said, so the MoGas and what he's running to doesn't sell well.
This, 5,000. In big, bright yellow.
I highlighted that. We have done the transfer before in the past. It wasn't done for 2024. But it's the transfer to the mining fund. I don't know the history on that. I don't know if there was something that the mining fund paid for at the airport and then they're paying it back. But if it is, I can tell you there's a balance still owed on that, what it would be. I'm not sure. So it's kind of a,
We appropriated for it in this fiscal year and then nothing for 24.
yeah, well, 24 is, is an odd year because, we didn't, a finance director doing all those entries that, that they know about. So I don't know if it was overlooked, or I'm not really sure why it wasn't done for this year. If I did look at past years and it has been done. Yeah. Don't know. Honestly, I don't know the history behind it at all.
If I can add that when we reviewed the 24 transfers, we did transfers only if they were necessary. So I can take another look at this one and see why that was not done. But I know that our top priority was to balance all of the departments. So without pulling up the worksheet, my guess is that we didn't need to make this transfer. So I'm not sure if that makes it right or wrong, but that's how we did the transfers for 24.
It was also appropriated for 23, but the entry wasn't done for 23.
Nor in 22.
I think I had to go back a couple years to see that it actually was done.
Well, I guess my big thing is where is it coming from at the airport to transfer to mining? I mean, what?
It's BOA.
Last time it was done was in 21.
There's,
I guess that's what we need to look at, Chris. See what, maybe if we can figure out what the source is, you know, if we're just moving it from levy back over there, I don't see a point to it.
Yeah, and I think that's why we didn't move it in 24.
All right, we can let that sit for now.
Yeah, and the entry for 21, the last time it was done, it doesn't have any support in my viewpoint.
Yeah, I just tried clicking on it. and nothing
Yeah,
came up.
which is odd, but, to give me additional information on it, so, like, and if you go back too far, there's run into that more.
You know what, this, to get down to the leases, yeah, we got this one that's, maybe you already said it, and I wasn't paying attention, but one that's in yellow that's higher here, or we're ahead.
The 6 month is higher than, the 12, but I think that's just a journal entry. I think it's up, they may have prepaid. So I think it's, revenue that needs to be appropriated to maybe next year. I haven't dug into that yet, but we have something to do prepay.
Spill.
Or maybe it could be the other
What else is saying?
other way and well, let's see. Yeah, like, so you can see 2024, there's not much for revenue, that unit, or so maybe it actually was 2024 revenue. But I haven't had a chance to look into that to see.
So actually, if we don't transfer that 5,000, we're kind of right on.
We're within $2.
Let's go to the next one. We gotta keep moving here. We're gonna fall behind. It's like nothing.
Yeah, nothing new in 351, 354 you already talked about. 511.
Grounds, I'm right there with the target levy, so.
Any major things you need to do out there this year?
The only real big projects I have planned is moving some power around. We need to get balanced a little bit better off of our transformers. Current big plans, those are it, so.
Yeah, it's like some things just don't make sense. For example, when we had the vendors, Onion King, if you know where he was, to turn those lights on, you have to go in the senior garage. Everything runs there. So we had to keep the ice rink lights on the entire time to feed that panel. And that doesn't make sense. You're wasting money. So, just cleaning up things like that.
And,
Do the ice rink anymore?
Well, it's weather dependent. So a couple
We
years
have a-
ago, too much snow. I mean, I hope we can continue to do the ice rink.
Something that we will if the weather.
Yes, it was just such a nice winter. I mean, getting it to freeze and stay frozen and, yeah. So,
Could being you guys control property, I don't know if this has ever been looked at before, but I know we have all these other projects going on in the county, maybe not. Can you put together some type of a plan for the county? I mean, it doesn't have to be done tomorrow. And maybe somebody will like this idea and won't, but what you foresee as maintenance that you need to do in buildings, like a 5-year type plan, like at the fairgrounds, at the airport, whatever else we have that's totally under your control, that's not joint management, maybe here at the courthouse,
I call it.
because I don't know if it's in there. Because like I brought up earlier, Wolf had done that study and said at this courthouse, it close to $6 million in repairs. Now, a lot of it was ticky-tacky stuff in my personal opinion, but some of it was warranted.
there, I can,
And I think we're forgetting about those things. Nothing against you. You came in midstream. I'm afraid we're forgetting about some of those things as we're looking at these bonding projects. And I don't want to oversee something and then have to turn around and go, oh, well, guess what? We didn't do that. And we should have did it at the same time.
sure,
It's just where I'm going. And one big one that was trade to us by Wolf. But then that was 2-3 years ago. And I'm like, okay, boiler's still going. Well, who fed me a line of baloney that was bad? And we need to spend $2.1 million, whatever it was.
something I can tell you, I've talked to property about it a handful of times just to keep them posted. Is our elevators are all within about a year to 2 years of being obsolete, to where parts and repairs are not gonna be so simple. As it is right now, sometimes, yeah, the guys, thankfully, they're good and they can work a little bit of magic. But yeah, they're close to becoming.
So then, if that's the case, I guess the reason I'm trying to open this communication, we've got ad hoc construction looking at projects. Probably eventually someday they're gonna happen. I know there's some frustrated people last night, but I'm afraid we're stepping over a lot of big rocks to pick up pebbles, and then we're gonna go back after some of these get started and go, oh, guess what? We forgot about this 3 million. Maybe if they were made aware of some of this stuff, if they ever decide to do the Skyway, they'll go, hey, well, we need to fix this elevator over here at the same time. Everybody's so worried about hitting the mark that maybe we're missing some other opportunities.
I double check on you.
Not to pile more on you, but I
Well, and this actually just got brought up at a recent fair board meeting, there's a lot of buildings out at the fairgrounds that are beyond their time, and it's like, it'd be nice if we could come up with something, not that the fair could fund it fully, but at least start saving money towards it or getting plans ready or something. But yeah, Brett has not seen that Wald study, so he'll take a peek at that.
we should have it, or should be saved. I might have it somewhere in some files, but and I'm sure it's a little bit outdated. And when I went through it, I'm like, okay,
It was a lot of cosmetic.
there was a lot of cosmetic things, but there was also some things that I think were warranted that they brought attention that, at least with you here now, you can look at them and put your opinion on it.
Sure. Yeah.
I just think it's good for what you oversee to have that plan. But
Absolutely.
Okay, senior youth, 512.
Senior youth, I'm a little bit over, came into 19th flat there.
But if you got a skid steer, you could probably take that out of snow removal.
Add in a rental.
Oh, right, yeah, more revenue, yeah. Or exploring the building rental, yeah, is that what you're talking
Yep.
about, not equipment rental?
Yep.
Yeah,
now you pay for a lot of snow removal though too up here, don't you? Or some you don't.
Some, most properties are done. We do the airport, which every snow usually soaks up 3 guys for about a full day to get everything to the standard where it needs to be. So Thompson's takes care of a lot of the properties.
But you do right here at the courthouse? You do the actual courthouse property?
We do sidewalks, the clinic building and the airport. They do the main parking lot just because our lack of anywhere to put snow, usually about once a month, twice a month, depending on the snow, they bring in the loader and a few dump trucks and just have to haul out of the pile.
If you had a blower, blow it out in the street.
So it's the city's problem.
Enough in the
I don't
morning.
know if city likes that.
Yeah,
I'll not pass Mr. Mayor Gradson, would you for me?
yeah.
So, oh, that's
If you look at the last 3, it's no reason.
Just kidding, Bob.
I'll just tell them that just, as long as you're out there, just take care of it.
Just kidding, Bob.
So,
Okay.
and I'm hoping their snow removal doesn't hit that 2,000 and land under budget, but just hoping to pad these little things.
So okay, that's a senior youth snow, so that'd be out there. So you got a skid steer, yeah, why couldn't you, if it was out there?
You'd have to figure out how to salt.
That's our only drawback, in which case,
Still attachments going on in front there, hydraulic,
or the
drone salt.
problem there is getting salt and loading. Or if we plowed it,
Highway?
just have, continue to have Thompson's just salt instead of salt and plow. It's an option too.
How much do you really need out there? You better buy a pallet of salt too.
That's probably our heaviest salted area. There and here, the sidewalks.
Because of,
Yeah,
makes sense.
that one, anytime it's borderline slippery.
Can the highway come through and spread some?
So technically Third Street runs to, familiar where you pull in that building for ticket sales? Technically, Third Street runs to that building.
City?
That is city, yep. Which is about the middle of the senior center.
Or do-
Mhm.
Well, I personally don't want to ask them to, I mean, if. Okay,
I have to get going. Can I quickly give a little spiel on Trails End? Which is the very next one. So the transfers to maintenance have been hitting Trails End extremely hard. If you look at the last 3 years, we go from like 3,500 to 7,000 to 22,000. So we are making steps by moving the payroll into there so we can just see it every pay period. But we plan on going to finance to ask if when we do those mowing transfers, if we can have a fund balance and so we can save money for a mower. And it just doesn't hit all of these budgets the year end, you know, when the year's already closed, rather than it just going to wherever it goes right now. So that is a future plan to kind of make you can accurately see, or at least do those transfers more frequently than once after the year's already closed. Because it's really hard. You know, I know I promised Phil that one year I would not go over budget, but it went from, 7,500 to 20,000. There's no way I could have predicted that. So, and it was just a different way that they did the transfer that year. So we're just making steps to clean this up. So all of these budgets, because that's a very large transfer. So all these budgets doesn't get hit,
So
that hard.
what I think happened there is, the caretaker wasn't part of the transfer, being transferred to the Trails End budget. But just left in the maintenance where it was being budgeted for. And then we decided, well, costs are really related to Trails End. It should show in that budget. So we did that transfer. But putting the payroll in there, just eliminates that unknown for the entire year. So that was the majority of the transfer. I think there was a little bit for mowing here and there, or some of the other maintenance guys, but it was very little compared to the caretakers' wages. I'm not really sure why it was done the other way, why they were put into instead of the Trails End budget right off the bat, but I think you were saying some of the caretakers used to do other things.
Yes, I used to work for maintenance and Trails End, and since Cece's time, Cece and then James is 100% Trails End, nothing else. But John Dukeman, Jimmy Moore, all of them did a variety of things.
Thanks. I'm trying to screw this.
Also made some adjustments to the levy targets in these budgets to take into consideration those transfers from maintenance, because some of them were outdated. Those transfers we haven't been doing forever. So the levy targets, but it did reduce the levy target in the maintenance budget. So I took some of that levy target and moved it to these other budgets to reflect the expenses that were being added and then given back to maintenance.
and talking about all this stuff and, are we, as a county, not necessarily as a department, but and I guess both. And there's so many other things we can talk about here to think outside the box. There's the leasing, highways always needing equipment. We let highway buy another skid steer and let them start doing some of the snow plowing opportunities, or small wheel loader that they can run around here to the courthouse and remove some of the snow. And I don't know if they have the manpower, but it sounds of it they don't. But is that an option too? You know, what can we do this the most efficiently way? Yeah, because I mean, if you're gonna spend equipment, I guess it'd be nice to, or our expenditures somewhere along the way that are done.
So one option is if maintenance were to get a skid steer, you know, we are doing those transfers already for mowing. With mowing, to include a cost for the mowers based on the state rates that are set, that highway uses. So maintenance can recoup some of the expenses of those mowers. We could do something similar with that skid steer. Unfortunately, you know, that'll hit other maintenance budgets, but where it would help is the, you know, the joint management or, the economic development, properties that are covered by the mining fund. If they're at a loss, there's some of them that have profits in them too, so, it could cover if it's used there. We could bill it out, like what highway does. It just would take some, you know, paper, you know, them some tracking on their part, as to like, you know, where they used it and how much they used it.
If we did that, would that be something where, say, the majority of the use occurs on the fairgrounds, we would buy it? So that way we're not running that transfer way up on fairgrounds.
Fairgrounds,
Say that if that's where it was stored, we didn't charge time there. That, just an idea there to make sure I don't mess that budget up for myself next year with that.
Yeah, and you're not gonna wanna be hauling this around a bunch of different places either. What kind of sucks is if you got it down at the fairgrounds, you're limited to what you can do down there unless you're gonna load it up, bring it up here. You're gonna drive it up here back and forth, and then if you ever need it out at the airport or something extra, well, then you gotta load it up out over there. I don't have a good answer for you. That's your baby there. You're gonna have to say what you think is gonna make the most sense.
Sure.
Maybe we're better off to put it in your budget that be so much money just for renting equipment as needed for projects. Maybe that's your best bang right now until we can get you to where is to, you know, if we put something in your budget for rental of equipment, I guess that could be used for the leasing, or it could be for renting from anyone, whether highway or someone else, whoever has the piece of equipment you need for that, for when. And maybe maybe if forestry doesn't want that used skid steer on highway, maybe you want that to replace the current one you have. Maybe that's a better thing for your budget. I don't know.
Sure. Well, I was definitely interested where you looked at trying to budget down and financing through a dealer for 6 years. Then all we have to do is budget that yearly cost and, you know, and saying.
But then you gotta weigh it out. Are they giving you a $10,000 off versus 0%?
Sure.
So then you're gonna have to have someone do the math for you, but yeah, usually there's a catch to the zero.
Really?
Usually there's a catch to a lease, but
Gonna say with a lease, probably would definitely need to have a list of approved users just to protect ourselves in that situation. If something were to happen, at least then it's tracked if an issue arises.
but in your case, if you're putting on 300-400 hours a year, I think the last machine I bought, I think it came with 2,000 hours in 3 years. That was in New Holland. I think it's used quite a bit, and I didn't think I hit about 350. So,
Yeah.
you know. All right. Anybody got any good questions, Brett?
Oh, I think I've got my notes where I need to try and do some looking and adjusting, so.
Okay.
My best.
Back with your cuts next.
Okay. I thought that's your job.
Well, if you don't make them, we'll make them.
Okay,
So if you want to make them, because then you have the opportunity to cut where you want to.
yeah. Sounds good.
All right, thank you. All right, next we have, Sheriff, are they okay if we start them at like quarter after or something?
You wanna hit IT?
Oh, shoot.
Shoot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey,
I thought we were
Yeah.
ahead for a minute. Now we're behind.
Darn it.
I think ITs should be
it's one page.
pretty straightforward, yeah. Hope I am adjusting in the right. Okay. I adjusted in that archive copy, so it looks like ours. Okay, sorry, it's in a different line. NIT support. What is your total request number show there? 36150. Okay, sounds good. I just have it put in a
I
different
I
spot.
think I just moved things around. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good. Yeah, I had left it in that 611 line.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we talked, yeah.
So,
It's additional training.
that additional training, I had talked with, both Walt and Neil are both interested in doing some training. The money that's been there, basically put it at this, they're at the skill level to where that amount of money, they really can't get anything out of the training. So that's why I had bumped that up. Both of them suggested about $2,500 to be able to go get some training that they could use that they haven't already been through. So I budgeted $2,500 for each. And then added in the travel line to 600. That would allow 3 nights a piece at a stay if they were to, if there's anything they're gonna do. If there's a Zoom option, they would do that, but otherwise, I added 3 nights a piece for travel. So, 2,500 a piece and 3 nights a piece for travel. Is why that bigger number's there. And we're 48,000 537 over. That leaves that upgrade for Office 365 in there, that full 66,240, which we had talked about or had decided in the last finance meeting that would be billed by department. So we'll add a revenue line there to IT to offset that overage there.
So I wasn't in that meeting. Is the intent that they absorb that into their budget? There's like their existing office supplies budget that they have set? That's an annual,
Yep.
it'll be an ongoing
Yes.
expense because I don't,
They'll have revenue from that, from charging out for those subscriptions. He should-
right, what I'm saying is other departments that are gonna be charged for those subscriptions are not budgeting for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
correct?
Well,
Yeah.
We gotta cut somewhere. Let's give them the option to add more money in their budgets for just to absorb it somewhere else.
That might work for some. I don't know what it is.
It's $276 per user. Basically, it runs by your IP. Or yes, which basically that license runs off your email, so
So it's whoever has an email.
we'll be at $276 per email per department.
Highway has like 25. Every person out there has an email.
Is that 275 just for email or is it to have a full package?
That's for the full Office 365 package.
You don't have the option to have some people not have the full package? Just,
That goes by how many licenses we have. So if they don't use it at all, I don't believe they're being counted in that.
Well, she's saying instead of getting a the full office suite for each person. Can't you get the office suite for the 10 people that need it and then get just emails only for the other 100 employees?
I believe that's how they run it, yes. That they wouldn't give it to somebody who doesn't need it. Is there,
But I've
Does
thought,
that mean they'll still have email?
yes,
So the 275 isn't per email.
that'd be users who need it. It runs off that license.
That's anybody with an email address is what, right?
Let me have Walt come down. He's the, over there.
I see where you're going with that.
Right,
Not
right,
every-
yeah.
He explained it to us too, and I'm trying to,
Yeah,
we asked him every angle.
know.
but
Yeah, I'm
I don't know
thinking,
that we question whether everybody needed the full office suite though.
I'm thinking 2025.
My understanding
swing down to the
came from property.
stuff here. So some questions about 365.
So,
Right, I get that we have to do it, and that's fine. I'm just saying the departments are not expecting this, and some, you know, like, that's a pretty big hit to highway, but even the smaller departments that have, you know, a small budget, like, especially if they've cut office supplies to help us out, I mean, that's a pretty big expense. They only have $300. Their office.
well, it was like, it was like 240 some licenses.
Can tell you that there are some budgets.
Over 200 licenses, and we even pushed him, we're like, we don't have that many employees. Sure. That was weird.
well, it was, I think you said 240 licenses. But if only 235 charged out the other 5 IT budget.
And there was also like, if it was, say, Russ County, the way he explained it to us, if it was like, if you had an email called Russ County Highway Shop, that one wasn't charged. So he was going through and sorting off who needed it and who didn't. Maybe he's got a way, I think, to
I believe he does.
not have the,
I don't want to speak up.
and we thought, I guess my mind was going as, we charge it out to every department. They're gonna look at who really needs this and who doesn't. But what we were trying to get to was, will they have the option to determine that? No, and let Walt know. Needs this.
So my question is like, there's an RC finance and an RC clerk, right? Is that gonna get billed too?
That's what they're saying, no.
Walt,
Walt,
you gotta go through it
Back for
again. Bring the,
exact same thing.
did you bring the crayons and the paper for us?
Yeah.
Draw a picture.
So I guess my question, my concern was like highway, for instance, you know, we've got 20, that's just a guess, 25 employees that have emails. So, you know, we've only got 4 office staff that would probably actually need Office 365. But how is that going to be billed out?
It's all one unit now. If they have an email and they have access to Outlook, they now have access to everything.
Correct.
If you want me to start breaking apart to where, okay, I'm only going to give you Outlook and that is a completely separate license, which is going to, I mean, can it be done? Yes. Can it be done feasibly and reasonably? No.
So.
You were listening to their questions already, weren't you?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, okay.
I've had this conversation at previous municipalities.
All right, so that's why.
So like highway, all of our guys have an email, but we only have like those 4 computers in the back that they actually access their email at work.
It is a per user license, not a per computer license.
So it's 25
I mean-
log, have
So
different.
highway, because they all have emails, we're gonna get charged for 25 subscriptions. Okay, that's,
I'm gonna trim the fat somewhere else.
but they were all given emails, so they can be informed of, like open enrollment stuff, because they wanted to do that all electronic. They didn't always have emails. And, now we also use them for their, our electronic timekeeping system too. But I don't know how many actually check their email. There's plenty of them that do not, but they were all given an email so that they would have access to those employee emails. And the open enrollment stuff and all of that. So,
Well, you have a highway cell phone, right? There's a cell phone for the highway. Out of highway department.
yeah, we have, yeah.
Could you, instead of informing your employees, by email, maybe send them a mass text, make a text list? Say, hey, this is available.
Everybody has text messaging
I mean,
phones.
they already utilize, group texts for things like if they have to, start early.
So I guess you're gonna have to decide it highway if you need those 20 emails. Well, not you, not just.
I don't have a problem with them not having emails, and I'm sure most of them wouldn't have a problem with not having a county email. It's just like,
Even if somebody wants
there
it,
was a reason.
I guess we need to cut
given.
those before we do our.
if somebody wants it though and says, hey, I don't.
Already been
All the amounts.
turned
Be a
in.
problem.
Yeah, it won't be adjusted till next year.
If we were to reduce, would they, you think they'd work with us?
No,
Signed contract?
yeah, it's been signed and turned in already.
Oh,
The number,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
It can be,
Year though, anyway, so.
it can be adjusted next year without a.
Less, you just adjust it.
But yeah, for this year, we're
We're
240.
we're locked in.
Maybe, I don't know, honestly, maybe we just wanna. We just wanna worry about getting this figured out for next year. We know we gotta pay 64,000 this year. It's gonna come from somewhere. We just pull it out of somewhere and
Right.
leave it in IT this year, and then with the intent that we're gonna redistribute it next year, and then everybody knows ahead of time to start working on it ahead of time, and Walter's not hit with, oh my God, at least they can come about it slowly, and then go to him and he can say, okay, good. He doesn't have to.
Sounds reasonable to me.
right now, what we're looking at is IT is absorbing all the costs, because we didn't put any revenue into this budget to offset the cost that they put in here, so.
Yeah, from what I understand, it was gonna be IT was gonna absorb it, and then I would have the spreadsheet to bill out to other departments per user that they use.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm not against that, but the departments need to be told this. I mean, they need to.
To fat somewhere anyways, this looks.
So essentially what you're gonna do right now is you might as well just take that expense out of there, or, put in the revenue, and it's not gonna cost us anything, and everybody's gotta figure it out in their budget. But no, there are one-person departments out there that have this supplies, budgets of less than $100.
Well, and we're in a contract. So we already signed a contract for this many licenses in the story. So my thought is to leave it in IT and let everyone full know, whether it's you or whoever sends that out, that coming next year in your budget plan, you're going to be billed $176 per user. And you can explain it to them so that you don't get 50 questions back.
Not a problem.
I mean, it's an option. I'm not telling you to do that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I said, I've had this discussion with municipalities before. I have an issue doing it. I can get with Ashley and we can schedule a meeting of the department heads.
We need to finally decide anyhow, and that's, you know what I'm saying?
But yeah, I have no problem getting with all the department heads and saying, hey, this is what's coming. This is what we need to do. And this,
Otherwise, you guys are you're gonna have to go back through and add this back into all these budgets. And then you're gonna have a whole bunch of questions, and they're gonna come at them and they're gonna go, well, I don't need all these. Well, too late. We got 240. You know what I'm saying?
I would get don't need them this year. And for next year, when the renewal comes.
So when is the
That
renewal?
20.
Is that October?
it'll be in October of next year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're gonna have plenty of time, because they're gonna get informed, and we'll remind them a couple times along the way that this is going in your budget.
And I know I heard you say that it's really not possible to do a separation. Is that just because of the management of it?
I'm a two-person department.
I'm saying if it's something that you put on that department head, say, they're the ones that are per email, these are the ones I need.
And then I still have to go through on the back end in the provisioning and licensing area and manage it there. I'm a two-person department that is getting overworked right now. I can't even keep up. I've got 65 open tickets right now. I don't have time to do that. I'm saying, we don't have time as a department with 65 open tickets, and I've got 5 open records requests right now that I'm working.
Just like potentially saying like if there's
Could it be done? Yes. Do I have time to do it? No.
$40,000 could be saved out of it. Hire somebody to.
I would love to. I would love to, but
Is that, I was asking, sorry. I was just asking.
I don't have the time or the resources to do it.
If next year we did find out there was a cost savings, we could look at though, like she said, you know, if
Absolutely.
summer intern or, you know, something.
We need a third person. I mean, that's just straight up, like I said, I've got 65 open tickets right now, 8 open records requests. I can barely do my job because of open records requests, and that's my job. Neil is never at his desk because he's running around. So yeah, we need another person. Would that make it so that I could deal with, splitting up into different license categories? Absolutely.
Yeah, this year here, we gotta keep it simple, Walter. Let's just see if we can.
Well, plus we already paid for them anyway, so it doesn't.
Right,
doesn't matter.
he doesn't need the headache on his plate right now. That's where I was going at the beginning of this. So let's just leave it in IT is my thought. And it's something then going forward, you can work at. I'm where possibly permitting as needed. Of the year plus.
Yeah, if I can get a list of, okay, we want these people to have email, but not Office, great, I can work with that. And that's something I can work on going forward, but
The
right,
thing of it is, there's always new, okay, so then when, if a new, okay, but no, you explain it to us, if you've got 240 licenses, that email can be say somebody leaves, that portal more or less, or license can be transferred to an individual.
right, but right now it's 240 licenses of email and Office. If they say, just taking highway, for example, okay, these 20 people don't need email or don't need Office. Great, I can transform those offices or licenses from both email and Office just to email. But if somebody comes in later and says, I need a license for both email and Office, and they've only got a certain number allocated to them for both, and they've already used up all of them, then I have to pull that license from somebody else. And that's going to leave that department short. So it's one of those things, it's a balancing act. Can it be done? Yes. Generally, do most municipalities consider it worth it? No. They basically say, because the difference in the license, I think, is $100 per year. So most municipalities look at it and say, $100 per person per year, not a big deal.
If you could do it on all 240, it'd be one thing. Simple, by
Right.
far. But if you're gonna go through and pick out into 19, well,
I mean, that,
sounds like you're gonna have 50 hours in it to save.
even just the 20 people from highway, that's $2,000. That's a $2,000 difference.
Well, and that might not be as bad for you either. You got a group, boom, it's
Right.
done.
Well, and yeah, you'd have it probably tied to a position, not a person, right? Like,
The licenses are per people.
No, but I mean, that way when you swap out, instead of trying to figure out, well, who gets the whole suite and who just gets email, if you know this position always gets the whole suite and the rest get emails, you know, you could probably keep it simple. And at 100 licenses, and I'm guessing there's gonna be 100 that you just do email, that's $10,000. And again, I get where you're at this year, but for next year, I do think it's worth investigating.
And I can agree with you mostly with positions, but I've had different positions come up and say, even just right now with Teams, normally that position wouldn't get Teams, but then we've had their department manager come up and say, no, she needs Teams. Okay, I'll have to buy another Teams license. So it's generally with positions, yes, it can be done that way, but there's always exceptions.
But no, Teams is included in this for everyone.
Teams is included in this now. Everybody will have Teams.
I know it's a lot of money, but it's $276 per license. It just hit us at a bad time.
I understand completely.
I think we just need to let property and Walter try to see how they can navigate around it going forward.
I'll worry about the license.
We already bought the license. It's gotta go in the budget. I mean, we're here to do budget, so it needs to be in the budget. I think it needs to stay in IT for right now. That's my opinion, but we can discuss that more later.
So the other thing that we did in this budget, we added back in the 50,000 for the equipment that we started with the intent of building a fund balance. Last year for 25, it was cut down to 25,000. So
Like server upgrades and.
yeah, for those larger projects that IT has.
In every 5-year. It was to put in, okay, I remember, and you can. Started that at 50,000 a year, 5 years, figured every 5 years, we're gonna spend 250,000 on server upgrades.
Okay.
You feel that that's an adequate number now that you know what you know about your department? Is 5 years realistic, or are we gonna get 6 or 7? Or is it gonna be 3?
5 years is the typical IT budget cycle. Life cycle for equipment. That's what we look at. Because especially for servers, because at that point they are going out of warranty. And that's when it becomes dangerous. Because you do not want your servers out of warranty. Desktops, laptops, out of warranty, not so much of an issue, but if those servers go down and they're not under warranty, we're looking at a major cost and major downtime. 250,000. I would have, honestly, I would have to go in and look at, what was paid previously. I was not a part of that. That was before I was in the hot seat. So I need to look at, what was spent.
Hot seat.
I don't mind being in the hot seat. I volunteered for it, so it's okay. But I need to go look at those previous expenditures and what was spent on them before I can give a realistic answer of 250,000. Off the top of my head, 250,000 over 5 years, absolutely yes.
We cut it last year. I think we gotta leave it in there. After this year, it's only gonna be 75 in there and, yeah. I don't have any more. Anybody else got any more? We move here and, yeah.
I will call you back.
Brett has my number, so it's easy enough.
All right. This-
Yeah, I just got back from lunch, so. All right.
Get it.
Thank you.
So I understand somewhat of billing that out. Cause there may be some, departments, you know, like grant funds or something that could be used as an expense. For most departments, though, it's gonna be levy, whether it's left in or to departments.
As I tell you, I put them
I don't want to
together.
go
Just
waste.
curious, like,
No, I
what
put them
was the?
together.
I don't, did we actually make the motion? Did we make a motion saying it had to be building department?
Yeah.
We may have.
It's really quite good.
I remember talking about it,
Right.
but I don't remember.
We're gonna have to dig into that more.
But even thinking about departments like HHS, for example. Costs go into the applications. They do capture that in their indirects. Versus actually being billed for it. I think it was captured somewhat,
Well, I think we need to look at what the motion was, if there was any specs around it, but the other thing would be, yeah, good point. I mean, some
Who
departments,
was that on? Do you remember? Was that
finance,
finance? I can look.
last week. 21st.
I believe.
yeah, and. It would be a good idea to get departments, heads up on that and the ability to maybe.
I was thinking so that you guys weren't scrambling to go and make a spot in everybody's budget to do that.
Right. Well, yeah, my thought is like, it's gonna hit office supplies, you know, or communication.
So for 2025, it was to bill, put it in ITs, and then and bill departments for use thereafter.
Okay,
That was put in, but that's draft. The draft minutes, so
But it was the motion.
it, yes, it was a motion by Bill.
What was it again?
See it.
To approve a 3-year contract for $66,240 for the Microsoft Office 365 upgrade with a line item transfer, line item 111 to 216 for 2025. Because he had that money in his budget, do you remember? Okay, and bill all departments per use after.
Oh, then we have to.
yeah, I mean. Figure it out.
Yep.
We're.
But he said he could yearly, believe. When he was in here the first time, he told us he could every year adjust
How many is needed?
licenses.
He did say that.
Yeah.
Not very flexible. Cause, you know, we have changes that happen, you know, throughout the year, and I get it, you know, if you have. One person leaving and another person filling that position, but if you have elimination of a position or adding a position.
You're stuck in them for a year with my understanding. Once you
Yeah.
sign it,
They could add, well, just Shirley could add as a direct.
I thought it was yearly.
Mhm.
I think he said that too.
I think I mean, the major part would be if it should be, if you add somebody, yeah, if you add a position and you need another license, like. What are we gonna do?
Well, I feel like, well, I don't know. I mean,
Don't know.
past, it wasn't for this bulk of it. And we were able to add.
You would think that they wouldn't have a problem with you adding to the.
We're gonna have to visit on this some more later.
Okay.
Somebody take it away.
You can always rescind the motion.
Worry about that next meeting. All right, you guys are up.
Okay, so I handed out was questions to the email that we got, I think from, he said that. for this meeting, explaining and answering a lot of those questions for you guys. Few pages are all those questions on that budget worksheet. And then the remaining pages, Miranda outlined specific charges in our communications line, which continually goes up and up because they're contracts. So I can give you a couple minutes to review those. Do you have any questions about them?
We decrease the overtime because we're doing better at. I can hear you. Oh, I see you, decrease time. Is that because we're fully staffed now?
No. Can you bring up where that is?
They have 210 line.
Investigator overtime?
Yeah.
Yeah, we decreased that.
Is that because you have investigators hired that you don't need to pay another one to come in and do overtime, or is that?
So we're still one short. What we did for that, if I recall, we looked at the 3-year average.
Okay.
And reduced it to make it what we believe is a more reasonable number.
That's the same thing with the sheriff patrol. Did base,
That line 21. Took a 3-year average. We believe that's the best way we can be as accurate as possible is by taking that 3-year average.
has much of the patrol had anything to do with vacancies for overtime? There's a
Or
lot.
staffed, still on patrol. The problem with that line, that patrol overtime, is we don't know. We could go a whole year and be full staffed and have very limited overtime, or we could lose 3 patrol deputies next year and have 15 to 20 overtime shifts per month. But this year, we haven't been crazy understaffed in patrol, so we're able to utilize and fill shifts without overtime. But the jail, like we present to our committee every single month, we show them the overtime postings, and in the jail for the last year, probably, there's been 20 to 40 overtime shifts every single month. They're that short staffed. Patrol, we're hoping to be full staffed and people off of FTO in November. Are you guys looking at 210 right now?
Okay, your summary, but I can go to 210.
I gotta move closer because I can't. See that.
Up here, 210, okay.
We can point out just a few highlighted areas. You see in line 27, post-employment healthcare. Some years that's 0, some year that's 20 to 40,000, depending on who retires. We are expecting a retirement in 2026, and he is maxed out on sick hours. So we have to budget that. We are expecting a retirement from the jail in 26. That employee also is maxed out on sick hours, so we have to budget for that. Other years, those are zeros. Line 35, that's our communications line. That goes up and up and up and up every year because contracts get more expensive and more expensive and more expensive every single year. There's nothing we can do about that. Most of that is like, radio contracts, 911 contracts, fiber costs. What else am I missing?
Lease agreements with, from the 154,800 that's proposed by finance. There were some new contracts and leases that have come out of the radio tower upgrade that was not factored into that total. So on your pink sheet, you'll see a rough average or rough total amount. And we feel it would be best to increase that to at least 161,000, even if we want to keep it an even number.
Well, if we're pretty sure that's what it's gonna cost, then I guess we need to change it to that.
And those numbers that you see on that pink sheet, we're fairly confident that those numbers will not rise in 2026, but we can't assume that for 27. Because I guarantee those contracted services are gonna keep going up every year. Maybe not all of them. Like if you look at, where was it? Tech 84. We signed a 3-year contract, so we're locked in for 3 years. I think we saved, instead of a 1-year contract, we went 3-year contract, we saved what, a couple $100 is all, but still it's a couple $100.
The jail budget.
Yes. You want me to keep going down?
I'd like to go back up to the top. I'd like to know, before we get too far down here, where are we at here with, patrol wages?
The last that I heard is that, and correct if I'm wrong, but the last I talked to one of the union guys was they are almost finalizing, they're almost done finalizing, being signed on with FOP.
Okay, and what I mean, I wanna be careful, I said, we don't get into something like, you can't talk about it, but no, you're fine. What I mean is, what was budgeted last year and what has been spent? Because there was increases in last year's budget. I think those should not be in the budget. I think those should be in contingency. Because now we're sitting almost through this year and, I mean, where's that money is hanging out in your budget in a sense, unused. And how did we build it, I guess, going into next year? Are we guesstimating what it may or may not be?
We didn't compute
Or
those
did you do
numbers.
nothing and just leave it alone?
We didn't put those numbers in there.
Because last year there was something put in there.
That's what we left that in there. And we used
So you left that in there from last year?
from last year, yeah. For 2025. Yep. What we built in for 2025, we left in 2025 and used the same for 2026. So there is no increase between 2025 and 2026.
Miranda had something over.
Which I believe last year, a 10% increase was factored in.
I don't remember the number.
I can't remember off the top of my head for certain, but I believe 10% is what was factored in.
What, I mean, what are we gonna do with that going forward here? And I mean, I guess we, by some miraculous thing, somebody made a magic wand and this is set up for the end of the year, I guess then so be it. But I don't think that was one of our wiser moves as a committee, putting that in there.
Yes.
But this isn't settled then this year. What happens with that, Sky? The extra that's in there that was budgeted for those wage increases for 2025. Does it go
So-
back into general fund for the time being? Does it just sit there as a carry? Can't carry it through.
No, I would think it was,
It just offsets. If they overspend on something, it's just an offset of the levy.
and whatever's unused would go back to the, the
Say
general.
that's. And no disrespect to anybody, but then I view that as like Play-Doh money or Monopoly money. I don't like that. It should be,
But-
it should have been taken
so-
back out a while ago and
I
we
mean,
come to an
It
agreement.
can be used to offset like other wages, like overtime, but
Overtime, yeah.
like that money can't be transferred from, wages to other lines.
Without approval of the finance.
Yeah.
So it can only be transferred within wages of some sort. It's not like you can go for.
Correct. That happened.
Correct. Right. So wages and benefits have to stay within wages and benefits. You guys have approved that, in, I think, IT to do a budget transfer in wages. Operating, but yeah, has to be approved.
And then for any non-contractual staff, you got the 3% built
Yes.
Very few people.
in, right? Yeah. I just wanted to touch on that. That was on.
Fuel we kept the same. That tab for line 51, that note.
Year average.
Okay.
So City of Ladysmith reception.
Holly? Right,
No, Monica.
sorry.
Oh, it's a receptionist.
That's part of their lease with the county. They pay, I shouldn't say they pay, a certain percentage of what they pay for their lease goes into our budget to pay for reception at the front window.
No, so that was actually changed when property approved the new lease. So if you still want revenue going into the sheriff budget and not all of it in the courthouse budget, you're gonna need to make that change.
So we should be budgeting 0 for that.
It's your choice. So it's always been split between sheriff and courthouse get portions of the revenue. When you guys redid that lease, you stopped having 2 separate agreements and put it all into one agreement.
So the total,
It's like 540 or something. And I think
Five.
Brett also has all of that revenue in his budget.
he does have all of that.
Yeah.
I knew it increased, but,
Mhm,
didn't realize he had the full amount in there.
mhm.
So,
So the 2 agreements used to stipulate 13,300, which is what went into courthouse, and 7,000, which is what went into sheriff. You guys chose to combine those.
We chose to combine or
The
property.
property committee chose to combine those.
Does that go somewhere else? Just property, right?
Sorry, I
Property's the only one who's voted on that, right?
already voted on that like a year ago. Because property has jurisdiction over leases.
Yeah. I was just wondering because why it wasn't necessary. I didn't necessarily know about that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you sat on the property committee at the time. That's why I was looking at you. I should have been looking at Terry, I guess.
No, I haven't been property since before this last election.
Okay, yeah, the property committee passed that lease in 2024.
No decision was made.
No, there was no directive given by the committee. Are we still keeping the same split?
I mean, I feel like just for accuracy, if they're paying us specifically part of that for the receptionist, it should be in the sheriff's department budget, the 7,000. That's just my opinion.
So, okay, there's a huge history behind this. A lot of the debate with the property committee was, though, that the city feels that what the sheriff person at that window used to do when that agreement was come to in 2001 isn't to the same level anymore. That was the city's side of it. So they said, we don't think we should be having to pay 7,000 specifically for reception services.
Maybe we should just keep it in maintenance. So.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's a, do you remember any more of that discussion? It was a months-long discussion with Kelly and Kevin coming.
It's $20,000 total,
$25,000.
right? 18 and 7? Why they said 13 and 7?
Okay, so it used to be 13,000, like 300 was the actual lease. And that lease revenue went to the courthouse budget. Because most of the costs arguably for having them in here are maintenance and IT. Then there was a separate agreement from 2001 for reception services for $7,000. And because that was a sheriff department employee, that revenue went to the sheriff budget. So there were 2 separate agreements. When this came back to property to renew, they were like, this is clunky, this is cumbersome. And also with the feedback that we got from the city police, their side of it was, we don't think we're getting that level of reception services. That's not I don't have anything to do with that. I don't run that department. So then the property committee said, well, let's, instead of having these 2 antiquated agreements, let's bring them together and just charge them like a base rent. And that's where that $25,000 is coming from. But you've got 2 people here that run the office at the sheriff's department, so they're gonna have a different perspective because I don't run the department, what they provide to the police.
You're saying out of the 25, 18 is going to, where does the other 18 go if we have 7 here?
No, the problem is Brett has budgeted all of the revenue in his budget and they have also, so we have over budgeted revenue.
yes.
double
So
digit.
essentially, this 7,000
Too long.
is not our revenue
Well,
right now.
Right, yeah, right. So that's what we're looking for is, do you guys, and again, please ask the actual sheriff's employees, Miranda runs the office. You know, if they still feel that they are providing some kind of service to the police department, do you feel that there should still be some kind of revenue from the total rent amount hitting the sheriff budget?
Let me ask you this. I walk in and I live in the city and I have an issue with the city of police and I walk up to that window and I ask a question. If someone at that window gonna hook me up with a city police officer, are you gonna tell me, go call a different number?
A county employee will be.
Will a county employee assist me?
Yes.
That's my answer.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but when Kelly is on vacation or sick, whatever, our staff does all that reception work for the police department.
As much as we can. Answering phones, getting a hold of their officers. General office, clerical.
I would say every single day, multiple times, county employee is doing reception work for the city. Whether that be 10 seconds or 5 minutes, every single day, multiple times, Monica or Krista or Miranda are doing reception stuff for the PD. When Kelly goes for her walks, our office staff, the reception for the police department.
In all fairness, though, you think it's $7,000 worth?
More,
It's more.
I would. It's every day.
Okay.
Now, granted, like I said, it could be for 3 minutes a day, or it could be 45 minutes a day. But am I accurate when I say every single day we are doing reception stuff for the police department?
I can see what property tried to do. They were just, yeah, they were trying to, why have two agreements? I get it.
Well, this is with the $5,000 increase.
Increase, yeah. So I think if you do the math, the percentage that went to sheriff was about like 35-ish%. So if you are comfortable keeping the 7 and then deducting that from courthouse, or if you want to keep it at percentage base, or if you just want all of it in one budget.
Or we can take the 18,000 and maintenance and get this.
Get Brett back in there, you can arm wrestle.
I think it just needs to be a set number and stay at it as long as the lease is. So whether it's 7 and 18. I mean, I don't think we need to do a percentage, do we? I guess if you do a percentage, then you can put a note in there and it
Well-
all stay at a percentage.
And that contract, if they stay in there, is probably going to go up over the years. Accurate?
There are built-in increases, if I remember correctly, yes.
You can't really keep it at 18 and 7. It probably should be a percentage
If they're, yeah,
Until they move out,
if that happens.
if that happens.
They also on the list to get emails.
No, they're not our employee.
No, they didn't. What?
They're not our employee.
That they have Russ County emails.
city has Russ County email.
The city police has Russ County emails. Yes, the city hall does not.
The police department has the same exact email as me.
Yes.
So like Kevin's email is kj201@russcountywi.us.
All right, let's get back down here.
No, let's not give one. I don't even.
Oh, it's about ready to
Yeah, he,
leave Walt alone.
yes, please. So 35% of that new amount, 25,450, would be $8,907.50.
So there's an increase in revenue to both budgets just because the lease agreement amount went up.
Right, we just need to.
We just need to decide how we're,
What'd you just do that? 30?
35. That was about what it was, the 7,000 was.
So let's bump that up and then take it out of Brett's.
Okay.
And put a note in there that that's how we split it to 35%, so that next year, when the question's asked, we'll remember.
So you're making it 9,000?
8907.
Everybody else that comes in here, we slash.
We'll do 8907.
Round number.
Yeah. 8,900.
And it's not 35%, Mr. Redway.
The 7,000 would be.
Right. The
Exactly.
percentage wasn't based
Hair under.
really on anything anyhow.
It was a hair under, it was like 34.4,
Right,
Yeah.
whatever.
34.5,
Nobody knows how they got the 7 and the 18,
right? That was
or I mean, the
20
13.
years ago, 25 years ago.
Unless Miranda's gonna do a time study.
But like she said, though, if it's gonna increase every year, it doesn't matter, cause next year it's gonna be messed up anyhow. Do what you want.
I still prefer to flip 18 and 7.
Ours.
You just be happy that we gave you the extra.
Yeah, we're gonna.
No.
Like that was gonna.
We're gonna have to find some nickels and dimes and some other lines. Got 1,900 to pull out of something else.
Yeah, we can't let him walk away at winter chicken dinner, cause that's this one, right?
Anything else with this budget? Good to move on to the jail budget.
Did you change pets right away?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. 211, next budget.
Oh, yeah.
Jim's gonna take out your line 12 to 0.
If you're gonna point it out to me, why don't you just take it out yourself? No disrespect, Terry, I'm just saying. If you're not. Well, maybe they need a nutritionist up there.
We do need the nutritionist to approve the
See?
jail meal menu. But it's the gal who works on second floor in Health and Human Services.
Yes.
Oh, so Human Services is fleecing you for this. Gotcha. Can't they put this under a grant somewhere?
You can ask them.
We do budget for this in this budget, but I'm not sure that they actually charge.
I think that their payroll has that line in it for her.
Well,
But I don't know that she's.
She's using it because 2024 is 0.
Oh, they're using it now, right? Oh, they're not.
6
6
months.
months is 0, so.
That would be a good question for them, I suppose.
What happened with this? So line 16, Phil, on 211, what happened with that from 2024 to 25?
24 was, the reason it's so big is because there's all those back pay payouts,
Did what?
the back pay payouts.
Oh,
That's why it's so high. And obviously for 25, we're almost at budgeted because we've been so short-staffed. But I want to say, the request for 26, that 161,000, was that 3-year?
No, we didn't do an average on that because it's impossible to know the average with the 2024 actual. So we just increased the hours.
It says here increase 600 hours.
I don't know if we looked at 21, 22, and 23. It decreased quite a bit, line 40. From 30,000 to 15,000.
Was that why we had meals on the light side last year?
Yes.
Just with the anticipation of having more out of county housing?
And we have not been made aware that the meal prices are gonna increase at all, but I would have to assume that's gonna come at some point. I mean, food isn't getting cheaper and they haven't increased meal prices at all on us.
It's not a yearly contract, it's an ongoing.
That's
It's just a
Ongoing.
continuous contract.
I was gonna ask about going to bid again, but now you know on that, we probably don't want to.
meal is a very large concern for us. Line 52, dropped out of county housing from 150,000 to 18,500.
We're only expecting to use 800 of that, 2025.
So that, like the overtime lines can change. So let's say we arrest somebody and it's one of our jailers' brothers. We're not gonna house that person in our jail. House them out of our jail. The reason we budgeted 18,500 is if we have that happen, because we have had that happen, and we had to house that person for more than a year out of county, I think we have to have at least that in that line, just in case that happens.
I like it better than 150,000.
I think it would be irresponsible not to budget something in that line.
Well, there's gonna be something, yeah.
Yes.
I just wasn't sure if 18.5 was high. I seen your note that you had one for county for all year.
Mr. Chair, I have a question on overtime, if I can ask it.
Yes, please go ahead, Chris.
So going back to lines like 10 through 16, well, I guess it's lines 13 and 16. So there's dispatch jailer wages, and I see that for 2025, there's a savings there, and I assume it's due to vacancies. But then I see the spike in overtime because of the vacancies. So my question is, if overtime goes up because of vacancies, then wouldn't it go back down if then positions are filled? But if there's still vacancies, you would then have savings there. So I asked that question because I'm asking about for 2026, I see the overtime goes up to $161,000 because it's trending similar to 2025. But then the dispatch jailer wages are still at 100%, or that $905,000. So do you think we need to increase the jailer overtime if there are vacancies, because there'll be a savings in the jailer wages to offset that overtime? Does that question make sense? Because I'm thinking about the overall cost for the budget, and I know that the overtime has increased for 25, but it's due to the vacancies, which now have a savings for 2025. So if that would carry forward and you would have 161,000 of overtime in fiscal 26, the jailer wages would not come in at 905,000, but something less. And I know we don't want to change the jailer wages, but I'm just questioning, do we need to raise that overtime if there would be vacancy savings that are driving that overtime cost up?
You're saying budget less in overtime because historically in Russ County, we are always understaffed in our jail. And the
Well-
savings with, go ahead.
Oh, no, go on. I think you have it.
And therefore, because we are always understaffed in the jail, line 13, we are always going to be under budget in, which would then help to equal or cancel out what we are over budget in line 16.
Correct.
I don't like it. I'm kidding. It makes sense. It makes
It's
sense.
it's just as we look at the budgets, because there's no vacancy savings, and for police, jail, all that, you'll always have that overtime call out pay because there are vacant positions and you always have to be staffed at X amount of staff in that, which, in the contracts, there's the overtime pay and we get it. But I'm just saying that to increase that overtime budget, but not decrease the jailer wages, which we don't want to, because Russ County budgets their staff at 100%. I'm just saying that if, assuming you do go back to 100% staffing, what would that overtime look like? And would it be closer to 134,000 like is in the 25 appropriation?
The only hesitation that I have, and maybe it's not valid, is I think the 161 is accurate. Where if we put it down to 120 or 100, I know that's probably not going to be accurate, but I understand your point.
Yeah, because there's also, if like you look at the benefits as well, you'll also see trending savings there too, because there's almost a sweet spot, and of course you have to factor in burnout in that, but there's almost a sweet spot to where it's less expensive overall to have overtime pay because you're not paying the benefits and all those other things on those vacant savings. But again, I understand burnout, and I'm not saying to not purposely fill positions, but overall, when there's vacancies, there are generated savings that offset the overtime pay, and depending on how many vacancies you have, it could be even more savings than the actual overtime pay. So, yeah, and I don't think you should drop the overtime pay too low, but just thinking about knowing that there'll be savings there instead of increasing it to that 161.50, maybe keeping it at the 25 level or somewhere around there seems to be fair because of that built-in savings if there are vacancies.
We could always do a transfer later on from wages to overtime if needed, correct?
I don't think, yeah, I don't think we have to do that.
It's all in wages.
Right,
Yes.
because it's
Well,
all
yeah,
wages.
I mean, if it was to the point where we had to, you could.
But you should then, yeah, you should be able to say, explain that, yeah, my overtime's over, but this, my wages are down, my health insurance is down,
So outside of 2024, I'm just curious, can you look at 21, 22, and 23?
'22 and '23. Oh, 23, 136,000 to about 90,000. And your wages. It's hard with the wages because of course they're about this, 758, 22, 766, 23. Like in 24, you had that huge overtime, but your wages were only 473,000. They went way down.
Click on the.
We dropping that one to 25?
Well, if you add up, you take the first 6 months and double it, I mean, that's give or take 650. And even if you double your overtime, that's 250. That's 900. If you take the two we already have appropriate for looking at for 2026, that's $1.6 million. You should be able to shave a little bit of that back off and still play there.
See,
Even if your overtime runs high, you still should be fine.
Unfortunately, we probably never will be full staffed in the jail.
Right.
Haven't been for years. The board gave us an extra position in the jail to help cover shifts because so many people leave the jail and we've never been. We have interviews next week.
But I think you could, to Chris's point, I think you could easily take this down to 10, even 130, and I think you're gonna be plenty safe, Sheriff Grassman. On the overtime side of things. Oh,
Because your overall wages budget will still even out.
yeah, we'll leave the wages alone, because that's got your increases built in, it's got all that stuff.
So if you got vacancies, you'll make it up.
Like I said, I don't like it because I don't think it's realistic, but I understand the reasoning behind it.
I think you could safely probably take it all the way down to 100, and you still between the two match out. But
because the other thing, we're budgeting for you to be full staff.
Right.
So we're budgeting all those wages all year long. Plus any position that's vacant, we're budgeting for a family health insurance plan. So if you do hire somebody and they're not family, I mean, automatically have savings there too. And every month that it's vacant and they're not taking, they're not having health insurance, there's savings. So.
Because like I said, without the increases in there, whatever that is for next year. I mean, 650 and 250 with what you're running right now for 6 months. That's 900. So even if you threw on another 50, it's 950 and you got what, $1,070,000 or whatever, or $1,070,000 between the two. You got some wiggle room, even if we take you down a little.
Drop to 125.
If you're good with, if you can live with that, I would like to, yeah. I know you're not good with it, but
I'm not, but I understand the concept.
I get it.
That helps with, I don't know, if you looked at your projected for 2025, your bottom line of 1.8 million, and then, the wages and overtime kind of plays a part into the $200,000 jump between what you really are projecting for 25 and what you're asking for in 26. Oh,
And I think in the jail, I think we're asking for less in 26 than we
yes,
got in 25.
yes, you are. But then if you look at what you asked in 25 versus what you're projecting for 25, big decrease.
We can go to the next one. Or no?
Water patrol.
All the next tabs will go a lot quicker.
That those ones with zero, Avi.
Any questions about the water patrol?
No, I'm on snow patrol already.
Water, snow, and ATV are gonna be very similar.
It looks like you just have your basic expense increase of whatever that may be. That's just something, I don't see anything. Levy pool stay the same. I think in all of them.
And 214 K9, that's
Must have lost, oh, nation. 13. I went down, you had a donation this year, right?
How long do those canines usually last before they're retired?
ideally with no medical issues, 7 to 9 years. But
They could have a medical issue at a scene or
our
something.
current canine had a medical issue and is no longer a dual purpose canine. And it's only 3 years old.
Tactical.
Okay, next.
Which one are you
You're on 220.
Edge,
on?
you're already there, I wasn't paying attention.
The 225 is 0. That's what we were talking about with the AG's office. That employee is now,
Out of our office.
yeah, fully in the DA's office.
Yeah, simple enough. Why did we not appropriate anything for the 911? Does that have to do with the, on 229, does that have to do with the new
We moved all those costs to the jail budget.
enough?
It made more sense to have it there than have it.
Works for me.
Projecting a decrease in state aid for HEV.
Where's that at?
273.
So the state aid every year for ATV, boat, snowmobile, we don't know what it's gonna be from year to year. It's usually in that 65 to 50%, depending on which one. So like boat might be 65% reimbursement. ATV might be 52% reimbursement. They change it every year based upon what the state budgets to give to county sheriff's offices that do DNR patrols.
Yeah. Simple. So do you budget everything for maintenance on the jail? From a building standpoint, or does Brett budget some of that in his, do you have any clue or?
Both do, don't we? Yeah, both parts do.
Will he share that?
Brett doesn't put anything specifically for the jail in their budget. But there are instances where they get invoices that get to this budget, so they enter those into my viewpoint, but otherwise it's two separate budgets.
So if he comes over there and does something that he can do, I suppose some things you might have to have another company do it, depending on what it is. Does he always bill you, or does he sometimes just do it?
Was it?
Okay,
The maintenance department doesn't bill us to do anything, but if they have to go to Ace Hardware and buy a shower fastener, we get
at
that.
least you have a place to take it from.
Yeah.
like the place I don't want, so that comes and fixes the bottom.
Mhm.
Anyone have any more questions for the sheriff's department? Don't at this time. Thanks, guys.
Yep.
The big one, so only a little time to peruse through it some more, so we can pick on you some more. It's just because we like you. Never take it personal.
Okay.
We put a lot of work into your spreadsheets. Make sure you look at those.
All right, thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Sure deeds, we're gonna cut that one in half, I heard.
That'd make it easy.
Cutting mine in half, cut his in half.
I heard that, didn't we just get like a budget transfer form last month from her saying she had excess somewhere?
So I heard.
An overage?
On revenue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on revenue, and she says, I don't need as
That means
money.
give me more money.
Oh. Please misunderstand the smoke.
Well, we picked the line in sheriff's department to drop. So, wanna pick or do you want us to pick?
Just
following suit.
I mean, I can tell you what I can, decrease my postage. I can decrease that. And possibly office supplies. I know I asked for an extra 1,000 in that, but I don't know, I don't think I'm gonna need the full 2,000 because I've implemented in my office that we no longer will return the recorded paper documents anymore. They now have to provide us with a stamped envelope. So therefore it's saving me on envelopes. It's an envelopes that I bought last year that I haven't even opened yet, so. I mean,
Envelopes until your turn is up.
yeah. So, I mean, the only reason I asked for the additional 1,000 for office supplies is to get myself a laptop. And when I got the quote a few months ago, it was like $798 for that laptop.
You don't have a laptop, right? You're stuck to your desk.
Correct. I do not currently have a laptop.
Yeah. She's got like a desktop. Mary can't.
I have the big
To take it.
tower underneath my desk.
It's surprising when everybody, I thought everybody got a laptop.
Got one.
For everybody else in the,
But except Mary.
Oh, so.
Somebody in the office that doesn't either. She doesn't need a laptop.
Yeah.
As a department head, though, it would be nice to be able to bring that with you to conferences and things like that, and Mary can't do that right now.
Yep. Yeah, I guess I'm not really sure.
So,
But
you were talking about overage and revenue, which line were you looking at? I see for our projected for 25, we've just got in there, what we budgeted except for Laredo fees. 1,000, but
yeah, so, and I suspect that'll be higher because, as of August 1st, we increased all our subscription fees substantially. So for, the last 4 months of the year, it'll be more than $1,000. you know.
Well, right now you've got for 6 months, if this is kind of accurate, you're just over 16,000 revenue there.
Hmm.
And then on the transfer fees, you're just shy of 35, but you budgeted well, next year only 37. So
And that's honestly, that's a tough one. I'm surprised that we are where we are, but my whole thought behind that is how long are these real estate prices gonna sustain where they are? And you know, that's all based on transfer
we're
fees.
talking about cutting interest, so they're gonna keep rolling. I don't think you got anything to worry about for a while.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, if the Fed does cut, which I think it caught a whiff of that on the news the other night, talking about it giving in, if he does, then I don't see where that's gonna work.
Right,
Right on in your office right now. If it hasn't slowed down right now, I would think that prolong it at least.
I don't know, there was enough on the market to keep you all that busy.
There's a,
As soon as they go up, they must.
yeah, I know.
Then you talk housing inflation and like Jim said, high interest rates.
I guess the only thing that might affect that number is if there's less jobs in the county. Then it seems like what I'm hearing, we also have more retirees living in the county, so.
I don't know that we have that much excess housing that even with less jobs that would. We'd have to lose a lot more jobs, I think, before it affect that.
To confirm this, yeah.
The Laredo fees are what again?
Those are, the online subscription fees to, basically it's, title companies and local title companies that access my records online.
So that you can probably kind of have that dial in just because probably some of the same people do it all the time.
It is always the same people. Yeah, I mean, occasionally I get additional accounts for like 3 months or something like that.
That one I'd leave alone, but I bet you could probably, your transfer fees, I mean, if you hit 35 for 6 months, I don't know why we couldn't take that to 40 or 45, I guess, but.
Yeah, I would be okay with that.
The bills just thoughts, 40, 45,
And last year we hit 62,000, so.
well, we take it to 45.
But since you couldn't find any place to cut, we just added.
Yeah.
No.
Hey,
I like how that works.
That was our neck, that was our nickel.
You make sure you tell the first person you meet in the hallway how great it was coming in here.
okay.
And by the way, I think your oversight committee next year needs to not let you attend that one WRDA meeting where they elect officers. Because that one cost us money.
So that was actually just my district, so that doesn't, that's not the whole association.
Oh, so you need to skip just the local meeting, is what you're saying?
Yeah, so, and honestly, this year, I think it is because the conferences were so far away. You know, the first one was in Lake Geneva, so it was like, you know, it takes you.
Heaven forbid if they have them up here in 2 hours at home.
Well, as a district chair, you can have them all in Ladysmith.
No, because they're already set out until like 2027 and stuff. But they're gonna be northern Wisconsin next year, so.
Well, I'm not seeing anything else to pick on her on. The only thing we can do is take away her wage. She's elected, so I don't
But you can't do that though.
see right away. She knows the rules. Can't pick on her.
By resolution, we set the wage, so
Is that
by resolution, we set the wage, though.
correct?
So the next resolution, a lot different.
And when is that? In 2027, we discussed that?
No, it's at the next time.
Yeah.
3 of these positions. Yeah.
All right, thanks, man.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Everybody have a good, safe holiday weekend.
Also,
Hey, Missy, it's your turn. Okay. For the most part, I kept relatively the same numbers that Berna did last year, because I don't anticipate much of a change. Postage, I only went up a little bit for the fact, I mean, postage will go up, but yet one of our mailings, we switched to postcards, so I'm hoping that kind of will offset some of those expenses for next year. Yeah, I think our biggest thing is that computer, our upgrade is a bigger cost than what we currently are getting. Or paying, I should say. Computer support. No choice on that. And we do share that with land information. So I'm not sure, did that,
Yes,
some of
we made sure that that made it in his budget.
6,300 or something, I think it was. And again, I didn't budget for the one-time fee because we're hoping that it will be covered by a grant at 27.
Yeah, we talked to Nick about that as well.
Really, I did decrease the fund investment only for the anticipation if interest rates do go down. I didn't want to overshoot the moon on that, so I did decrease it some. In the hopes that,
Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
I have a question about that. I see that it was $500,000 for 2025, and it looks like you're going to exceed that in 2025. And I know they're talking about in interest rates being cut. Do you think it's going to be cut by that much to have to drop it by 150,000, or is there less? Are there less funds being invested? I haven't looked at if the whole investment, the short-term investments, but that seems like a large drop, especially seeing that we're trending pretty good so far in 2025. I'm just wondering.
So a lot of the investments have been 12-month investments, and I am currently investing a little bit longer for a little bit less of a rate. But some of
Right.
those investments do not pay out until maturity. So we're not
Okay.
getting that monthly accrued interest. So that's part of that decision too, is we're not gonna see some of that interest till the end of the investment. So I've been doing 12, 15, 18, 24, 30 months. And
Got
some
it.
of those.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, to his point though, you think that's gonna hit us? Cause you're on target this year to be about 600,000.
Which is about half of what 24 was, so.
And then if you figure in some of her investments, we're not getting the interest until, you know, it may not be 2020.
And it's not, some of that interest isn't gonna show up until 26, well, towards the end of this year, some of them, but 26, 27, and even into 28.
So we might accrue the interest, but we might just not see it.
And I think 24 is a little higher because to your point, that was when she was rolling a lot of them, I think.
And a lot of them were 5% plus. And so right now, we're low fours, high threes for those longer, just anticipation if the interest rates do go down, at least we will have some investment still at a relatively higher rate. I do have a question, and maybe Sky, you can answer this. Wells Fargo revenue share, I don't know what that is. Does anybody know what that is?
It's like we had 6,800 the first 6 months, but
So I really didn't know what to do with that.
It says Wells Fargo, but it's US Bank. It's, our,
Is that a credit card that we get back from?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so,
we used to have Wells Fargo.
oh,
we need to change the name
can
on
you put a note in there?
it.
Explain, that? So. When I know just this week we got like 8,000, so then. That's probably a pretty close, 30,000 is probably close. One quick question too. So I went to my couple meetings and conferences, but I never put in my mileage because I totally forgot. So can I still do that, or is it too late? I'm not gonna waste my time. Cause I would assume that mileage would affect like the conference budget.
When were they this year?
They were. I went to a meeting in Hayward in May and then June conference, but I totally forgot. So I put in for,
Still be able to submit that, but
okay, all right, so maybe I'll get some help with that. Okay.
It's just that when you're late with expenses, we question it heavily, send it back to your oversight twice. You have to jump through a couple hoops, usually with gasoline and fire involved. And then you're good to go.
Okay.
We good with 119? 120?
So 120, Did decrease the shared revenue there some, don't know if we have an exact amount, but I just kind of decreased it by that 12,000 that,
It was about 12 and some change, yep.
yeah, so, did reflect that, and then, the personal property aid there, I assume, since, you know, it went up to that 77,000 for this year, that it's gonna continue that. They added something, to it, that it would continue.
Well, this forest mill tax, I see we haven't received, is that a end of the year type thing?
That, they're just, the townships should be just getting billed for that. That is due back to us, I believe it's November. Some of them pay early.
One of those things you see come in kind of all at once later on.
Yeah.
Is it for, what is it for?
The forest cropland, that,
Oh, transfer from other funds got hacked.
Okay, that 100,000 to 10. So that 100,000, we took from the deductible funding.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and so, that was, I mean, that's a question I have in the finance budget, because that other half of, the other side of that transfer is in the finance budget. If that's, you know, you wanna back it down to 10, if we want to do there. I think, did we increase that for, health insurance increase?
Health insurance increases and was part of that, with the ancillary. HSAs went up to, blanking on what I'm thinking. There's life, was an additional cost. I think there was yeah, that was the reasoning behind pulling extra normally do.
I figured that would be a decision on the, finance side too, what want to do there.
Yeah, that was just some excess money, if I remember right, if I'm thinking of the right time, in a fund.
Used to help offset the,
Insurance costs, whether it was HSA or, I think it was HSA. Increased the HSA, wasn't it?
that's what I think, the rationale, because the health insurance costs, we actually saw just a tiny bit of a bump, but remember, we contribute more now. The employer, we went from 85 to 88. So we actually, on renewal, switching to UMR, we saw a 2% decrease, but we took the opportunity to increase the employer side, and we gave a very generous bump to HSAs. So I believe that was, like you said, the rationale behind that.
And actually, I think when we looked at that number, if I'm thinking of the right thing, I think it was like 113, 116 total at the time we discussed it, we thought was available in that, whatever it was, but we might have used more than one, maybe there was something else.
That's actually on someone's budget.
Yeah, okay.
So you think we should leave the 10,000 in there?
What's in the fund balance? Are you able to
Yep.
pull that up?
So the balance as of the end of 2024 is 1.5 million. The projection of using 100,000, and then audit costs of 900, and other expense basic life for 10,000. This down to 1.4.
And is there any revenue going into that, or is that, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Revenue.
Right.
So 2026, we are doing a plat book. So contrary to if anybody got a postcard in the mail, that is not us.
And it wasn't, I thought that was.
Nope.
I read it.
Hey, I posted that it was not us because we even had a business call and they bought an ad. Somebody else. So, we will be doing that book next year, so we're gonna have that expense.
So you're saying another company came into the area and they're selling
Anybody.
books?
Anybody can produce a plat book. So the confusion is people think it's us and we,
I was actually gonna ask you about that.
yeah, so we actually had a few people come in and buy our plat book once they realized that was not Russ County. So it's kind of helping our current plat book sales a little bit. So we will have that expense next year. So just some thoughts too, to increase the revenue, maybe a price increase when we're discussing that in the spring. And then there are plat books that are sold at cost. There are plat books that are sold tax exempt to the municipalities. I know that, from my experience. So we might want to revisit, are we selling plat books at the cost? I mean, that difference is $12 every book. And granted, it's within it's the board, it's the sheriffs, it's the EMS, but again, that's hurting this budget. So food for thought in the spring. The other thing, and I don't know where this lands. I mean, that's pretty straightforward on the plat book budget.
I see you got order 400. Do you have a lot left over before? Because plat books aren't exactly the most popular thing now.
The last time that Verna ordered plat books, she ordered 800. So when Rebecca and I were talking with Mapping Solutions is who does our plat book. We have negotiated that we are going to, the first printing is going to be 300. We negotiated that if we wanted additional copies printed, it would not have an extra cost. They would just print them as needed. So in the hope that we will not have the excess that we have. Yep, and the years pass.
I always thought it was way too many that they ordered.
Yep. There was one other, and I don't know where this would actually land in my budget yet, but just in discussion with the ladies in the office. The fees that we charge if a realtor or like Zillow, they want a printing of the tax roll. We only charge $50 for that. That has not increased to my understanding since even before Verna came on the scene. So that's at least 13 years. So I don't know where that income would hit on my budget. I didn't look at it that close, but that's another point of discussion of increasing those fees. And we get requests for a delinquent tax list. That's $50 as well. So those two things, just tasks are way different, but we're charging the same amount.
That going 120.
I'm 100% sure. Is that the other, would that fall under the other?
I think that goes into your listers charges.
Okay.
C1 and 20.
So there's some revenue opportunities that you might want to visit in 20. Or by the year end to implement for 26.
It's in the treasurer's budget.
On 128 here, you got legal fees, nothing spent so far this year. You got 300 or 25 next year, and 24 spent 600. I'm just wondering, could that be dropped a little bit? I mean, what is that?
Think that's rich when we're selling properties, right?
Yeah.
So 24, there was 3 properties to sell that did not sell because of the whole Act 216 and figuring out the logistics of that.
Yes, I remember last year we had a couple bigger ones. Yeah.
So this year, those 3 properties plus, I think, was it 10 or 13 properties? Yeah, so we have 10 so far, 10 properties to sell this year, so we're gonna have legal fees.
You'll have some coming yet? Is what
Yeah,
you
because
think?
we have, I don't think we've gotten a bill from Rich for the things that he's done for us yet.
I think we could safely drop this to 1,500 though.
So we don't have any revenue in here, but when those properties are sold, before that money is given to whoever needs to go, they do deduct those fees, so we do recover
Okay,
those fees.
but then we're way out of whack on advertising for 6 months.
Because you have to list in the paper the attachment A of all the properties and that's quite costly. That's a big ad.
So most of the cost hits up front in the first like
Correct.
we're not anticipating another 6,000 on the back half of the year.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the expenses come at the beginning and then we recoup when we sell.
That's more accurate than it is deceptive. Gotcha. Anybody got anything else?
As the finance committee, and this is her oversight, do you want a fee increase proposal brought to you in September?
Does that on again? What were we talking about with that one? And which?
19th, it goes into the listers charges revenue line, but there's other revenue that goes in there too from townships for envelopes and such that goes in there. So, but there's a fair amount of those $50 charges that I saw in 2024. They like 10 to 15 of them at least.
So it'd be under the lister charges?
Yeah.
She's the one that actually completes those tasks.
It's currently,
$50 for the printing of the complete tax roll, which is multiple pages. Plus her time. I mean, her time alone, the man hours that goes into that. I don't even know if we're breaking even at $50, honestly.
why don't you bring that back to us at the next finance meeting and see what some other counties are kind of doing and what we think would be fair.
Do you want me to do that for the plat book as well?
Yeah. I think that's the simplest, because to make the decision right now, well, it's not listed to make that decision, so. But yeah, we can address that at the next finance, which will be September 25th. We can put, I mean, unless we need it, if it could. Yeah,
That'd be enough time.
don't we have one scheduled for the 10th in the morning?
Enough time for,
That'd be enough time, or you need to do it on the 25th?
Let's do the 25th, because I feel like if we're gonna implement this, I'd like to implement it January 1 so if we.
It'll just affect your budget, but I think they can easily adjust that.
Yeah.
Fine with that.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
I think we have to think.
Medical examiner, Annette is the last one we have scheduled, but we do have several budgets that we didn't schedule that. We look at like, clerks and county board, and then Ashley's budgets, economic development.
Okay.
Finance, we got CDBG and court council, this little.
I know we're gonna take at least 15 minute break.
No, I haven't.
I need to stretch.
And the medical examiner is the one we said.
Was it 50?
50, yeah.
75, I thought.
Bob said to blow all the snow you want into the streets. I was actually watching just to see where you guys are at, to see if I'm gonna be on time or not.
That's good.
Okay, thank you. I would prefer to have that in writing though.
Okay. I don't know what, if you guys have any questions, everything is exactly the same except for we took $1,000 out of investigative supplies. I've been trying to use up, the cage downstairs is so full of stuff, and I'm trying to use up everything I can first before I restock anything, so I haven't had any I haven't had to buy very much stuff. But I want to forewarn you guys, I just did my first autopsy about 2 weeks ago, so it's not on my budget yet. And I budgeted 17,600, and that was for 6 autopsies, which would be like one every other month or something. I figured, of course, in 2023, I think I had 7 autopsies, so I upped it just a little bit. Now I just got 1, but I don't ask you guys for very many things. Like I'm making the same amount I did since 2022, and I'm good. I'm comfortable with what I'm making. But I have some issues that came up, and one of the big issues is the cot that we have. That was ordered before I came to be. It wasn't delivered yet, but it was ordered. And I think it took about, what would we say, maybe a year after I got there. It took a year to even get the cot. It was a while. But I don't use the van very much. I usually call Nash Jackin because I have a very hard time. The cot is 80 pounds. And then if you put a 200-pound person on it, which is small for people, if you put a 200-pound person on it, that's almost 300 pounds. And I have to lift the one end to be able to push and get in. So I usually have someone help me when I do need to use the van. We had an incident where even the person that was helping me had a hard time, and we had to lower the cot down. I have been looking into different things. I don't think another cot would work because it's only, I think they go to 50 or 55 pounds. So it's not that much weight difference. And all of us are older, and we're, we're not really, really strong. But I did see a device out there where you can put it into the van. It'll hook up. I just need to talk to Tom, which I've been missing him, Paul, and see what he knows a little bit more about this stuff than I do. But I did a little bit of research where it can hook up, so then it pulls the cot in, and I can release the wheels as they get in, so I don't have.
It's on like the ambulance.
Kind of, but it's more of a smaller kind of model thing where I just don't have to lift, and so easier, like one person could do it.
The ambulance ones, they get the cot and then you push the button and it goes up.
It goes up
Hooks into the
and
ambulance thing and then if it hooks in right, it'll give you the lights and then you can lift the wheels and shove it
yeah,
forward.
I think those are about 40,000. So
Mama,
I'm looking at something a little bit less, you know,
like an ATV winch mounted up in the front of them.
sure. Anything that I can push a button.
I think those are about $500 at Harvard.
But, so I'm having a hard time with that. I will probably have quite a bit left over. I think I budgeted last year for like 72. My levy was at 72. I came in at 53. This year I know I'm gonna come in way less, but, so I should have some extra money in there. I'm gonna just do some research, bring it to my committee. So I just kind of wanted to let you guys know that, I guess the biggest expense is the autopsies and I can't predict that. So everything is pretty much stayed the same except for I lowered the investigative supplies by 1,000. I think that's reasonable. Most of the stuff that we have is reusable. Some stuff isn't, but it's not that costly. But I just wanted you guys as a committee to know too that, you know, I'm kind of having some issues here, so I might do you guys for a little bit of help. With figuring that out, but I have to get,
You're saying, oh, sorry, you're saying like they make like an electric one, but you're saying that's the one that would be like.
yeah, well, the one like in the ambulance would be like 40. I wouldn't need one that lifts up and down automatically. That would be nice. That would be really nice. But if I can get it to the van, okay, now I looked at a bunch of different ones, so they're anywhere from like 10,000 to 40,000. And this one, it just hooks onto this is what I think. I have to talk to Tom and kind of get a little bit more information about these things. It looks like it hooks onto the cot and then it pulls the cot in. As it pulls it in, I can release the front wheels. And then the wheels that are right by me, they still go until it gets up to the van. Then I can release those wheels, but I'm not lifting at all.
And they just fold.
And the hold, yeah, right into the. So I kind of got to do a little research and then I'll have a little video or something for something that I think will fit with not too much expense. But I'm not looking for anything like high end or anything. And then the van itself, it runs. I've never had any problems with it. I have a 2002 Ford Ranger. The body's gonna fall apart. My engine burns like a kitten. So it'll go, you know, it's not the prettiest thing, but if you take care of a vehicle, I think that'll last us a while. Plus, doesn't that get switched out in the fleet? But if it ever does, or does that have to come off my budget? Cause it's part of the fleet.
Part of the fleet. Oh, yeah, the car fund would.
So I mean, I think we're okay for now, as long as we keep doing the tune-ups and haven't had any major problems.
You're still using that blue van or whatever? Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. So I don't think that's an issue right now.
It is a 2007, I believe.
It's still.
Just to put some perspective on it.
What,
I mean-
another
But-
2 years, it'll have antique, we can get collector's plates for that.
There you go.
But
They make me.
I don't think she doesn't use it a lot. Not
I
like,
don't use it a lot.
not like the forestry department who's putting miles and
Right.
miles and miles on theirs. So,
Well, if it gets to the point too, I think, you know, yeah, whatever.
I mean, I guess that's, I just wanted to let you guys know that,
you know, I'm not, I don't spend a lot. If I don't need it, then, you know, I don't buy it. If it's something I'm not gonna use, I mean, sure, it might look pretty and it'll sit on my shelf for 4 years, but, you know, I buy what I need. This is something that came up and I think it would be very helpful where I don't have to ask someone else for help. And then, you know, cause this was at the hospital, so I asked a male nurse for help and I don't know what the ramifications of that are if he would have got hurt using my equipment. But
So do you have a good enough cot? Even if you figure out a way to pull it up in, you don't have any issues, like when you get somewhere you can out?
yeah,
I mean, it works well for you that way.
I can take it out, yeah, because I can take it partway out and then lower the legs, so I'm not really lifting. I just take it partway out, lower the legs, and then,
No, because we don't want to see you get hurt either,
No.
something like that. So, okay, so you have a good quality cot.
yeah. So I just gotta figure
So
out,
she needed to have something pulled out of here, because what I'm seeing right now, she's sitting fine on budget, so. Because property's your oversight, right? Who's your oversight?
emergency service.
Emergency services. So does she have something here where if she needed to? I mean, where would be the best to pull it from out of a fund here that she has some excess in, so we can?
Well, you've only had the one autopsy.
Yeah,
Well, I guess it would depend on how the rest of the year goes there, but you'd want to be prepared. So if you were to use like 2020 leftover 2025 funds, you got to get it done in 25.
okay, and so that I kind of want to make it so I know that I'm not gonna need it and then, you know what I mean, be able to use it and then do it all before the end of the year.
Because it also looks like, you know, you've got a couple lines in here that you haven't used, well, as of the 6-month mark, I don't know. if
Yeah.
you Put anything in there since then, but no, like your investigative supplies, medical supplies, equipment, less than 5,000. I mean, you got stuff budgeted there. And if you're not, I mean, I think depending on how much it is, you could very well have enough money in this budget to get something this year. Wait till next year, then you're gambling with, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, you've got travel, you've only spent $40 the first part of the year, yeah, equipment. Equipment, I don't know why you couldn't easily. No. They could get it done for in the lower. Well, $3,000-4,000 to get something put into that ban appropriate for your way that couldn't be budgeted here.
right.
So if when you go to them and they say. No, it's their job to figure it out. I don't see an issue right now with where your budget's sitting at. Where you guys couldn't get something done, the sooner the better for you.
Okay,
I mean, within reason, other than
yeah,
in 20, 30,000, then we're gonna have to revisit, but
yeah. Well, we'll see what.
does that help you?
Yes, that does. But, any other questions on? I kind of gotta just restock things like, I don't know where pens go. Does anyone know where pens go? Are they like socks in the dryer? Disappear. It's like,
I actually have some from, COVID yet. I have like boxes and boxes of them yet.
do you really? Oh, I'll visit
Share
you.
with you.
I'll visit you. I'm just like, I feel like pens just walk away, legs and. Yeah, so there's a couple things, you know, I'll have to get some, notebooks, more notebooks, you know, things like that before the end of the year, but nothing major. So, sitting okay.
Good enough, but yeah, if it ends up turning into a bigger project and then just come back to us and we can try to figure out a way to budget it in next year too, whatever. So. But. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Tell Bob I said in writing.
Okay, I will.
Wait, me? Hey, you already looked this. Where did he go?
Locked out for a minute.
I'll go.
Not too long ago.
Oh, that's Ron Reed. Thanks for, yeah, we don't have, I didn't realize he did that. Let's, 3:20? Enough?
Want to pause them?
This one, is it taste match?
No.
What?
Ashley, want to pause that or no?
Well, is a recess really in, I think we're still technically
Session, yeah.
in session, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, I am so sorry.
I felt cleaned it up.
No, you had one piece. I can put it in Ziploc. I think I got Ziplocs. See if I got Ziploc.
We on break,
Yes, we are.
time they go.
It was about 5 minutes ago until 3:20.
Oh, well then I gotta go. Oh, 5 minutes ago, so 3:03. And see. Well, you don't know because you've been in here all day too. Fritz. Oop,
Yeah,
I don't,
chairs are terrible on the carpet.
I don't know if he's in today or not. I gotta go see him quick. On Fritz. So what do we have left then? Oh, are they gonna bring in some of these other ones that you were mentioning? Honestly?
Yeah, so, yeah, we've got admin coordinator, CDBG, corp council, county board, county clerk, economic development, finance, library,
Are
and
they all gonna come in now?
RCTC. We'll tackle what we can. I don't,
Okay.
Yeah.
If someone are around. Okay.
yeah, well, some of them like the library, I know Christina has come in before, but I don't, RCTC, we don't typically have anybody come in. You can do CDBG and corp council with.
I'll go see if it's open today. You got snacks for everybody?
Huh?
You brought snacks for everybody?
I have another apple. You want one?
No, yes. I'm gonna go with the healthy choice, get another soda instead.
Of course, he's not in today.
The fire department just help Annette out with lifting that cot. She could just do a lift assist.
So,
Couldn't Annette just do a lift assist for,
Probably, yeah.
but then she'd be standing around waiting.
Yeah. Well, and then he's gotta do her thing where she takes pictures, whatever, sometimes before he lifts them away. If we're there, she'll ask her. Some stuff like that. What are we doing next?
So now we're on to the ones that we didn't have scheduled, so,
Yeah.
but we have quite a few of those. So admin coordinator, CDVG, corp counsel, county board clerk, economic development, finance, library, RCTC.
Which one? Yeah, picnics out of that bunch.
You go with the,
I could jump in the budget.
which one do you wanna do? I don't think CDBG should be pretty easy. RCTC should be pretty easy. Library shouldn't be too bad. We wanna just kinda knock them out. Or we could get into the meat and potatoes, which would. Economic development has a lot of pages, so I don't think it'd be a lot there. I mean, cause it's all.
I gotta leave about 4:30, so. Yeah, today's Wednesday, right?
Huh?
Today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I go.
And that's okay, cause IT is rebooting the server at 5, so we gotta be out of here before that. I'll make sure I have everything saved before that.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. Cause if you're offline and then you try to close out,
Yeah.
'cause I mean, you're not gonna sit here till it reboots.
Oh. You can't get any work done around here if you don't have a server. Bummer. Friday, I came into work and I didn't have any internet there at the highway department, which means you don't have a phone. You use my cell phone and call Tanya and Kristen to see if they had internet.
You have.
No.
Or do we want to talk to council first?
You're still looking. So,
Right.
yeah, it's.
Something to think about. Ponder. Are you good? Or do you need a few minutes?
No, I'm okay.
I didn't realize you were gone until you were gone, and then we didn't have a quorum anymore. Please tell me when we don't have a quorum, you're gonna get it.
Well, I couldn't go to the other thing today because we never took a break, so
I know, I was trying to,
That-
but
that's okay, it's okay.
just didn't work. They kept coming in before I got a chance to tell anyone to slow down.
My stuff. You guys wanna do me next?
What?
Have all my stuff if you want to go to my budget next.
As soon as we hit 3:20.
It really depends on which clock you look at. as time minutes.
Well, they're both
It is very true, whether it's your
hung up.
watch.
It's 3:20. We're now back in session. One does say 3:20. We're back in session. Okay, which one do you like to discuss next? The clerk?
Yeah, county board and county clerk will do.
Well, and Board of Adjustment.
Oh, that,
That's
Me too.
that clerk's budget is just way off.
Haircut it.
Rip into it.
Into it, have fun. Board of Adjustment, we just stayed the same. But we never know what's gonna happen, you know, when it's gotta be an attorney. This goes with zoning, basically, but we have to clerk everything. Most everything, that kind of stuff, so. They do have to,
It's under county clerk and her.
yes, it's budget 108.
We need Mr. Bingham to weigh in on these. I need his help.
Anything you want me to do there on the Board of Adjustment?
In our drive. That's it. Can you click? Am I? No. Unless you have, do you have it on in, no, open on your laptop, but I don't know why. Yeah, I would think.
Anybody see anything?
-79 for levy.
There's that one line here for $50, Phil. You wanna cut that one by 10?
I think it's the other way, right? It's adding to the levy.
Yeah, since it's a negative, it would.
Yeah.
Don't be building them up when they're the other way, Mr. Bingham.
Sorry, sir.
No, you
You want me to put $79?
It's getting late in the day. We gotta have a little fun here. We're gonna go.
That's
What's that?
I mean, I could make it balance with $79, I would imagine, but
No, next,
it's
114.
a big one. Okay, there's we gotta rip me up. I did find 2 grants for, actually for IT, but it's for the clerk and through Wisconsin Election, Commission, where I can put in for some money. Cause he's switching us over to .gov. So I did find that and something else I found, but anyway, that I did find that.
Well, my thought is bring anything you can, because we have to approve grants, right?
It's a
Because
not a huge one, but I kind of want Walter to look at it a little bit. And maybe I should call them and see how much we can. I don't know.
well,
I'll research it a little bit more, but
yeah, find out the parameters, talk to Walter and my thought is right now scheduled on the next,
it's not a whole lot though, Jim.
have it ready for the 10th. We'll put it on the 10th. If you don't, we'll do it on the 25th.
The nickels and dimes help.
Okay, okay. Well, I did find that. So, and
A grant's a grant, and we can't, even if it's $1,000 for police, you know.
Phone, is that going up, you said? $25.
24 to 25, yeah.
So do you want me to increase that? I did go over this with Ashley. I don't know what you want me to do there, but I mean, we're gonna be sitting at, I did go up a little bit higher, but
That's based on 6 months, so it's gonna be over anyways, right? Cause it's
Yeah, it should be
76, so you're gonna be at 11.
52.
so do you want me to go up even higher in 26 to what?
There's another $25 a month,
That's
300 bucks, right?
another 300, so to 1,400. Yeah,
Brett,
It's gonna be,
it's trying to save money. I guess it didn't help me.
yeah, but you gotta be practical too.
There's one thing that I have to ask is the open records software. That's like 10,000 has been done on, it's been paid out of ARPA. I believe
How long did you get a contract when?
3 years.
When will that end?
I've got time yet. It's something we gotta look at.
If it was paid out of ARPA, to see how long it was.
Yet.
3 years were paid out of ARPA.
I think it was.
Yes,
Was that 10 a year or something?
yeah. I think I have one more year.
We'll double check that. If it's not, then otherwise I don't see why it needs to be built in
Okay.
this coming budget.
Yeah, software is what is the county board uses. That's what that is. Postage,
Software,
yeah. Postage, I'm down to, we're gonna try to, less than that, because they're gonna try to start emailing everybody their invoices instead of sending it through mail. I'm gonna try that first and see if that works, and if they don't pay us, then I have to go through and probably then send them a bill again, but that's kind of what I'm thinking.
in 2024, you had $200 for postage. We appropriated 700, and then this year for the first 6 year, 4.25.
Yeah, we won't be much more because there's no more elections. And the dog stuff is done. Now it's dawn. I think
You have for elections next year in 26.
4 elections.
And I think you may be shorting yourself too much here, because if there's gonna be some things that you have to mail no matter what.
And the rates went up and will be going up again.
I was trying to be frugal, but I guess I'm not doing a very good job. So what, do you want me to go back up to 700 there?
7 or 750 is my thought. You got 4 elections.
In how many elections did you have in 24? 24?
No, 4.
Cause okay, yeah, I'm looking at your elections expense was almost 130,000, but your
That's why.
postage wasn't even 200.
Yeah. That's weird. It's something.
Weird.
I think, I know in the past, like sometimes the dog licensing or the
Putting it in the
dog
wrong-
postage has ended up in your clerk's budget,
Thinking that's what happened.
and maybe it was corrected in 24 to where it needed to be, but
So should I leave it at 500?
so
I'm thinking so. I'm thinking I can do the 500, honestly. It's the duplicating that's gonna catch me, because here's the other thing that happens in these elections. Now I gotta
You know, there's 33 municipalities, so we got a stack of papers for each one of them. What we've done now is went to SharePoint, and SharePoint has everything they need, print off if they need stuff, right, Terry? Huh? And we gave them a binder with copies of everything in it. So they can't come back and say, well, I didn't get enough of this, because they could print it themselves. So we have been doing things to kind of get them to help themselves. Kind of like the absentees now, that's done through SharePoint. There's no paper, except at the end. Terry likes that.
Yeah,
Date.
reimbursement dog fund
Yep.
looks like 2,000, and then this guy must have put 625, which matches 2025 appropriation.
Where are you at?
Yeah, like,
Line 49.
Way down there.
Wait, no.
so that is,
Oh,
it's part of the dog, it comes out of the dog license trust fund, and it's based on what we report to the state. So that's what they use to allocate to the animal shelter, and then the rest go to the clerk's office. So
Like a percentage?
no, it's not a percentage, it's just whatever's left in that fund, left in that budget.
It must be
Additional revenue.
Reimbursed dog fund.
reconciliation. 'cause
Yeah.
there's Nothing for 6 months.
Yeah,
it goes to us for.
Back to 2024, it looks like it's got 33,026.8. Is that like the average of the last, is that close to what the few years before have been, or is that way high? I was just wondering why the difference between the 625 and the 2,000.
Well, let's go back to election stuff. I'm not kind of done with that yet. I did go through and I called Command Central and asked them give me a quote on printing our own ballots and doing programming our own stuff, and holy moly, it's a lot. It's 39,000 for initial paid fee. The ongoing cost every year would be 8,400. And then for training, it would be another 22,000. And then every year after would be 19,000.
What is that for again?
If we were to program ourselves. So it'd be 19,000 a year, but our initial would be 39,252 plus 8,400 plus 22,000 to bring it in. And then 19,000 every year after.
What do we pay a year right now?
Basically, the only thing that out of that, what you're seeing is that 135,000 is 10,000 is publication, but we do get money back on some of that. Like February, we're sitting at and that was a small election. So, I mean, that wasn't so bad because that was this year. There was not a whole lot. 124, that was, Bill, when you had to, so that was cheap. It was 14,479.95 plus another 366.45 for ballots, plus the publication. The presidential preference, that was all 33 municipalities. That was $21,884.94, plus another $5,750 in ballots. Then when we went to November 5th, $18,319.95 for
them to program and 7,145.65 for ballots. The August was 19,639.95, another 3172.45 for ballots. And then then we gotta talk about, our publications that, and we do bill back for that, so. And I do get money back, but I don't know. I can start charging the municipalities more, but it's like, I stop to think about it, it's like, well, other counties are charging so much for population, but either way, it's gotta be paid. It's either gonna be paid by the taxpayer that way or this way. I mean, I don't know. So and I went by the budget, I budgeted, I'm hopefully gonna have a little bit of money left over there, but if I went with the two-sided ballot, it's $62,700 for just the ballots. The setup is like, you have to look at this whole thing. There's some stuff that I didn't need. I told her I no longer wanted them to back up our stuff because we can do it ourselves. We have the equipment to do it. There's no reason when that she has to do it anymore. So I did get some stuff taken out of there, but it keeps going up, and Ashley pointed that out to me. She's like, it goes up every year. It's like, well, the only thing I can do is program ourselves, and
That's a lot to take on.
it truly is, and I wish I could. I do. But I mean, if you're gonna hire another IT guy, maybe that's what to put on, but remember, if we do that, then the liability goes in the county as well.
Yeah, so for perspective, Tanya and I did meet with the clerk because she, said, these costs are crazy. So 10 years ago in 2016, the election costs were $54,000.
How many
Is
elect?
that a 2-year or
2016 was a presidential, but 16, they were 54, 18, they were 57, 20, they were 72, 22, they were 90, 24, they were 129, and now in 26, they're 135. So this is, Tanya and I were talking, this is unsustainable. Both
I don't know.
costs.
If it's even accurate, because
Exactly, it could be even more.
if you go off a 2-election year and it was 130 and we're gonna run 4,
Oh, 2 election is this year, so look at this year.
Look at, the odd years, correct, Connie? Yeah.
oh, so
And it depends, sometimes
24,
if somebody springs, that's a 4.
that was 4.
This year's a 2. But if somebody springs something up on us too,
Like a referendum or something.
now we got another one.
There was election for county board chair in my district. We had to have a special
Right.
for me because there was 3 candidates.
Like, I wish they do we could do this like the towns do, but it's not how it works.
Right. But in the last 10 years, election costs have more than doubled. So it's something to look into, but obviously the clerk already has, and
I think by the time they kind of got you over a barrel. I'm sure they have analysts that figure this out for them. So if you've got the manpower already in place to do it, okay. But if you don't, and you have to bring on even someone on a part-time basis, and by the time you pay for getting yourself all set up, are you really gonna save anything? And then, like you commented earlier, you're gonna end up with the liability on the.
I mean, could we print the ballots? Could we do that? I've been kind of pushing them. I'm like, can I print the ballots? Because could we get a printer in here from E.L. Johnson, right? And try to do that?
What's the cost on that?
Well, we'd have to get a different printer because it's gotta be set up so it's not hooked up to the internet, which could hook up to my computer that I have already that we bought.
What happens though if you're getting ready for the election and all of a sudden your printer doesn't start working? Or you got a place in an emergency? Can you still get ballots in an emergency if that happens? Or
That's what I've been doing. Like, we've had some elections that we're trying to we cut close, and one was for the town of Flambeau, and Terry called me, he's like, I need some ballots. I'm like, okay. Then he calls me back, he goes, I need some more ballots. I'm like, okay. I was able, I do have that printer here to do that, and I was able to do that.
But that's on a very limited thing.
It's like 100 ballots an hour, that's all it will print. It's a very small printer.
And the paper is different too.
It is. But I
It's a
got it,
thicker paper.
I got it from them. And it's expensive. Paper's really expensive. But maybe we could order the paper right from, I don't know, in the paper. Here's the other thing, you gotta be careful of the paper. It can't get moist. It can't get, where it's humid. It can't, there's a lot of things that it'll mess with everything. It's like, it's just.
Gotta go through the tabulator.
If it doesn't go, they can hand it out.
Other counties that are, how they're doing theirs,
On what?
their elections, like how are they in their costs?
That's how they're doing it. Is they're programming themselves. But they're closer to Command Central where I'm like, how many hours away? Where I could go to Command Central and have them help me, but you're gonna pay me mileage in a motel because I'm gonna have to stay there a couple nights. I will to get going on this, and then maybe I won't be back. I mean, you just don't know. So you gotta get somebody that's gonna be here, like, that it's a permanent fixture here. It's not gonna leave ever. Like the sky.
Well, it sounds like the safest bet for the county to have someone involved would be, again, probably IT, but IT is already maxed, I would say.
I don't think well has anything.
IT and so it'd be Neil Walt and I and Jill went to St. Cloud. We did meet with them. And they both said, no. Don't do it. So and take them there. I'd like to save some money. I just don't know how to do it. I can check more into the printing. I gotta nail down the big guy, which I'll try to catch him.
What was their reasoning for not doing it?
Printing,
Oh, when you took IT to St. Cloud?
a lot. The programming is a lot. And the reason that like I or Jill couldn't do it because when you when you finish one election up, we're trying to enter everything in and you're already starting on the next one, correct, Terry? It's like you already have to have those ballots printed and sitting there because you're going to the next election. I mean, it's just a quick turnaround. So, I mean, this year is like, but next year it's gonna be it goes bang, bang. It just keeps going. So
And you said she took some stuff off. Did that change?
not a lot, couple $1,000, but I mean, it's more than,
Does this cost get passed around to the municipalities too, or no?
depends what it is. So what they do is they bill out the schools, like if the school's on a ballot, they bill them out themselves. And the municipalities, I bill them by the screen. So that's how I bill them. So that's how I split that down, yes, but yes, I do.
So if you look at that line 45, if your elections are done for the year, looks like the revenue side of yours is over what you had predicted.
Yep.
You're way off. You had 31 appropriated for reimbursement from municipality.
Only,
You got 13 coming back.
I did mess up on that because I was thinking and that is my fault, yes. But I looked at everything, I think I'll be all right. Messed up on that last year too. And this levy target, whoever's doing that's gonna have to figure it out way different. Like next year, you can leave it there, but the year after, you're gonna have to up it again. And the year after, you're gonna have to lower it. And the year after, you're gonna have to increase it. Does that make sense? Because of the election stuff, not because of everything else. That's it.
Need to finish up the,
Wanna go the 280?
since we're down on revenue, so.
A little bit, but we still have some more that coming in, but I think it's okay.
Sky, do you think we'll have more than a 625?
I mean,
It'd
we
be
can-
safe to budget like 1,000 or 1,500 or something.
We can change that to 2,000, like what Connie had in there. It's just gonna reduce the revenue that goes into the animal shelter budget. So it just gets,
Oh,
split.
because it's going somewhere anyways.
Yeah, that whatever,
So the
whatever excess revenue comes into this trust fund, gets split between clerk and animal shelter.
is it split differently if you budget more? Or is what's budgeted is just what we're expecting, right? Like when you say it's gonna reduce what goes in the animal shelter by putting the budget.
If you change the 625 to 2,000, then the transfer to the animal shelter will go down. That's based on your revenues. You would have to change your revenues in a dog license trust fund to increase that, to keep the animal shelter the same, and then increase the transfer to the clerk's office.
Well, then I guess it doesn't, it's splitting hairs there then.
It kind of is, though, I think looking at the history, I mean, the clerk's office does get, I'm not sure why we budgeted the 625 or 25, looking at past few years after, it was more like between 2,000 and 3,000 that the clerk's office ends up with, and more like 26 that the animal shelter ends up with. It will, for both, it should actually go, because the dog license fees went up. That's why we increased it for 25, but I'm not sure why we went with less to the clerk's office then.
Well, it looks like we've got a few of the expenses here in this one a little too tight.
The dog licensing.
Well, it looks like legal notices. They're probably gonna be over. Well, they're definitely over for appropriated.
But I did up them.
Property costs are over. I'm just talking about this year alone. Guess licensed supplies so far haven't shown anything yet. That'll offset that.
She'll be ordering that soon. If she hasn't already. New tags for.
Well, I mean, if this is over, where does it? And, what do? Take it back from animal control later on?
So that transfer to animal shelter and the clerk's budget happens at the end of the year. So, after we know
Where this is at?
where this is at, yeah.
So everything's gotta be kosher before we. Right.
Yeah, because first it covers the expenses. And then whatever excess revenue they have, it is then allocated.
You know why postage is so high for in this one?
I think because postage just went up in general.
Yeah, but it's almost double for the year of what was appropriated. Is it for late notices going out on dog fees, what?
Well, Dawn's in there too. There's both of us working off of that one.
But that's, yeah, your
She comes in to us
that's your notifications of
late.
late. Yeah,
Yep.
so there shouldn't be much hitting that budget and for the rest of the year. It's
Except for what Dawn's gotta send out, yeah.
Okay.
Other questions? Now we gotta go to county board and then you guys can answer your own. Nice on that.
What?
But then we gotta go to county board. That's your budget. You guys gotta figure that one out.
Well, we keep 2 seats open, that should help.
Fumes.
so, I did increase the, board meeting per diems. Just looking at, you know, the actual for 24 and where we were at for 6 months. I did increase that. I think maybe I did a formula down below and I did the 55 instead of the $40 because county board meetings typically go
Here or longer.
longer at 19 and 12 months. So I think that's a little bit closer than the 10,555 that we had been using.
You think we should put something in attorney fees there too?
Oh, for 26.
Hmm, because the actual in 24 was 5175. Let's leave it open.
Well, yeah, in 24 it was 5175, but in 22 and 23 there was nothing. Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
What that,
It was 1,400 already there this year. Probably should at least keep a couple thousand. Maybe 2,500 be the, at least that way if we do end up with 5,000, you're halfway there at least. What particular fees fall under this account, I guess?
yeah, I was trying to,
Some is Von Briesen, just depends what.
Training, or is that a separate one? I mean, like board training, is that in here? Do we get charged for some of that?
That's usually through WCA,
That's probably, I mean, that,
through your subscription to WCA.
yeah, so unless we hire someone and it should be included.
So in 24, there were some records and open meetings things. That got charged to that.
Yeah.
And then there was also the land that you were trying to market as well. And Corp Council was conflicted out. I think some of that hit there as well.
I would guess probably maybe put 2,500 in there, something, because, you know, even with as much as we do with land and stuff, it runs into conflict or litigation or stuff, you never know. How many board retirement?
Yes, we have one or two collecting retirement. The one still,
No. Anymore.
not anymore.
No.
The one here on the end doesn't collect retirement.
No.
That was just Peter.
Yeah, it was just Tater. And then, there, I,
Gotta be on 40 years to get retirement?
you, if you've been in the WRS system prior, you're always in it. So that was my understanding, is that he had a position at some point that he was earning WRS, so.
So should we take that out?
Well,
But
the other part of that, it's calculating on the chair. And I think in the past, when you had enrolled the chair in WRS, we must have decided against that recently.
I think the rationale is there's been so much turnover in the chair position.
And
because you gotta be like 5 years in WRS before you
For the chair.
vested, right, or something.
yeah, and before you're vested, and it's, you know, longer if you're part-time or very, very, very part-time, so.
Yeah.
It would take a
And the amount of turnover nowadays, that's like 50% turnover. Like,
so. We could probably put that to 0 if we know that we don't have any.
Why is Tater not getting it?
He's not on-
Off the board
he's
now,
not on county board.
Oh, it's just,
when he's on
Oh.
serving.
Yeah.
you're putting that to 0 and attorney's fees 2,500.
Yes. I did that, yep. And there was also added, the $6,000 added to the equipment line for new chairs. I think that's the biggest driving factor here of going over that levy target, is that $6,000.
get rid of the chairs.
That was me.
I don't, it's
Things are falling apart, but I think we
the
should,
chairs, it's the.
It's a
The
carpet.
carpet.
well,
Thing.
I sat in Terry's the other day. It was literally, I don't know if he's noticed yet, but the screws are out of his in the back right corner. And about half of these chairs you sit in them, the gas charge, if you're lightweights, like some people in this room, which I am not, then you're fine, but if you sit in them very long, they pretty soon start sagging to the floor.
I don't think that's gonna.
We gotta ship the lightweight chairs around to Lois and Susan probably.
All the office chairs.
That, or I think we should. You wanna cut it, fine, but I think you should get a few, even if you just. Place 4 up here and move them down into here, and for that, or we gotta start buying some parts for them.
It's 5. up front.
No, it's still the worst one because everybody keeps moving it around.
They do.
I honestly
Somehow-
don't, why did these chairs even come with bottom cushions?
They gave me a $4,000 budget.
I sat over there the other day, was waiting for a meeting. I'm like, oh my God, these are really nice chairs. The ones in the public, and then I come and sit in this thing, it's like sitting on cardboard.
Maybe we trade up the public ones.
Well, the way these roll, I should just swap it with one of those over there.
It's the carpet. It is the carpet. I wish they could put plastic. If they put plastic all the way around here, you know, like we have in the office, it'd be totally different.
We'll reassess next year and see how we're looking for 27 budget. If we got a surplus, then we'll put the chairs back in.
You're taking it out?
I'm one. Jim's for it, Terry.
I'm for taking it out.
I mean,
We didn't
Right.
need chairs.
Zero.
Fine. No, whatever. That says something somewhere. Just don't want to admit that you're correct.
I think you did agree with me.
No, I just can't bring myself.
Now, what can you guys do to bring in some revenue?
I was gonna have a big sale.
I was just gonna say big sale.
You guys could like do a raffle. Like a dunk tank.
Oh, that'd be a big seller.
It would be. I bet it
Put
would.
the right
be.
people in the chair, I think they'd be lining up. $5 a throw.
Some money, let me tell you. Oh, nobody's laughing.
It's funny.
That's a great idea. They did that at National Night Out once. I thought you could dunk the sheriff or the chief of police. That was, that was had to have been a few years ago now, but yeah, they did.
I think that's just.
We did it at the fair and. it
Yeah,
was
I think
gross.
Maybe.
From,
Yeah. Yeah, it was when Jeff was here, but, yeah. And then the kids had it.
I'll have to tell Phil that the old sheriff would do stuff, fun stuff like that.
Okay, so are we done with the board?
I'm done.
I don't know what else to do with it, actually.
I think it's dunk
At
tank.
least what we had in.
Okay, then, what do you want to tackle next? We could probably do Corp Council, CDBG, RCTC pretty quick, library pretty quick. Those,
Pick one.
we could just go in alphabetical order.
I'm not gonna be out about 4:30.